All right, everybody, we are live. Can everybody see me and hear me? We're looking good on my end. All right, looking good. So, we're going to have two different screens we're rotating between during this process. This is number one. Basically, you've got remaining free agents, the top of the list, the top of my tier list. And by the way, the tiers are pretty much entirely determined by the expected dollar amount of their new contract. So if you find yourself not sure what you think, not sure how to feel about the tiers, just understand that it's reflective of money. Like Quiddy Pay, is he a great player? No, but he is still expected to command top dollar. I woke up not that long ago, actually. Okay, so I know we already have a few moves today, so let's go with... So this is going to be the feed for the news, so let's go with... Does that work? A little too big. There we go. So that's the most recent thing. I know Travis Kelce got way too much money for a player of his caliber at this point. Wow, Pierce got that's an insane amount of money for Alec Pierce. I'm sorry, that's absurd. Kelce shouldn't have gotten that much either, but I know at least he's like a future Hall of Famer or whatever. I'm not going to put Tua's whole name up on screen. I'm just going to put Tua. I'm not doing the whole last name thing there. I don't need to. Did Ed Ingram sign last night? Did anyone else see that, or did I hallucinate that? Ed Ingram re-signed with Houston last night. Did that happen, or did I hallucinate it? Need someone to confirm that. It sounds like we're really trying to re-sign Bryant. It does seem like it's going to happen, which surprises me, but if Mike thinks that there's something with Coby Bryant that is really valuable, then I mess with it, man. Okay, I'm going to take Ed Ingram off the board. Let me put a little bit more of the list on screen here. Okay. Olamide Zacchaeus. All right, we'll throw that on. Don't know the details of that deal yet, but we can put that up. Yeah, I don't really want Hendrickson, but he is a valuable player. He's going to get money. No sense in pretending otherwise. Oh, Minka went to the Jets? How random. I'm not seeing anything about that. No, I don't see anything about Fitzpatrick. Commanders re-signed Traylon Burks. Yeah, a lot of teams were interested in Alec Pierce, but not for that amount of money. I don't get it. Ooh, Draymond. Patriots signed Draymond to Jones, 3 years, $39 million. Let's get that up on the board.
What's your ideal outcome for the Seahawks today?
My ideal outcome for the Seahawks today. I mean, it's very possible today's just going to be overspend city. So you might not want to do anything and just hope that there's still good deals to be made tomorrow. But I really would like to find a way to keep Shaheed somehow, but I don't see any way that happens after today. After, well, what just happened a minute ago. Like, I know Alec Pierce is a much better receiver than Shaheed, but still, he's going to get a lot. Yeah, Draymond Jones just got 3 years, $39 million. Apparently Alec Pierce could have gotten more money if he left. Oh, Rashawn Gary traded to the Cowboys for what? Oh my God, Eric Stokes got 3 years, $30 million. Oh my goodness. Reek Woolen should be getting 30 million a year if that's the case. And I'm not even a huge Woolen fan. Fourth? Okay. Yeah, they were about to release him. A fourth rounder is way too much. Let's see here. So, why did the Jets want Minka Fitzpatrick? Like, I know Eric Stokes is talented, but in what universe does he deserve 10 million a year? That's insane. Josh Jobe is way better than that. Josh Jobe could get like 20 million based on that. Do you think we're cooked at edge? I mean, we're going to have to do some work for sure. Not going to be easy. I'm going to post a poll. Ooh, Monteric Brown got 11. Probably a little bit more than I thought, but general idea. I don't see the Monteric Brown news yet. Where are you seeing that, Mike Wav? Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Yeah, I saw the Trent Williams thing. Who's going to trade for that contract? He's like a billion years old. I know he's still really good, but... Oh, Rappaport. Do I not have him on my feed? No, I have him. Oh, it was 3 hours ago. Okay. Okay, I see. Okay, yeah, way early. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. So how's everybody doing this morning? Yeah, see, man, edge rushers get paid like crazy. I mean, Draymond was good last year, but wasn't that good, and he got 13 million a year. That's why Boye Mafe is going to make bank. You think Seahawks make an attempt for ETN? I don't know if he fits the outside zone scheme that well. I don't know. That one's tough. He might fit, but I'm not in love with it. Yeah, I heard about the Jalen Carter thing. Yeah, if people could vote in the poll, I'd appreciate that. Seems like most people like the text to speech, so I'm probably going to keep it on at this point, but just want to see what people think. Oh, 39.5. Wow. Okay. I think Trey Hendrickson could still be good, but I don't think he'd fit our defense. I think he's a 4-3 guy. Steelers got a Cole Holcomb back, I guess. All right, Eric Stokes off the board. I never put Draymond Jones on the tier list because I knew we were not going to sign him. Hey, Dominique, how you doing? Bryant coming back? That's what people are saying, but nothing official yet. I just hope we don't go over the top on this deal, man. If it's 14 mil a year, it's going to occur to me that you could have probably kept somebody a little bit more irreplaceable. But at the same time, like, if Mike says he needs Coby, then I'm going to rock with that, right? Chris Manhertz? Isn't Manhertz a long snapper? Or is he a special teamer? How much is ETN expecting a year? I'm not sure. I think it's probably going to be around like 7 million a year if I had to guess. Yeah, I saw the Ed Ingram thing late last night. That's actually a pretty big one. Ugh. First time I've had coffee in almost 11 months. It's still not good. Still not good. Still don't know why people drink this, but I need it. Where's the tier list? It's on screen right now. Obviously, the whole thing isn't on screen, but I don't want to make it too small. But basically, it's just sorted into tiers based on expected amount of money the players are going to supposedly get. So it's an imperfect science, but anything I do would be imperfect. Would you rather see the 49ers lose Trent or overpay the 37-year-old? That's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. Thoughts on McDuffie contract? I mean, it's an overpay, but they were always going to overpay it. So it's not that big of a deal. He's still really good. What do you think about Jalen Phillips? I'm not a fan. He gets hurt too much. I don't think he's that great. I don't want to make it so small that people can't see it, is the thing. Good Romeo Dobbs. I'm not a big Romeo Dobbs fan. I don't feel like Romeo Dobbs is all that. Yeah, I saw the Colts are about to re-sign Daniel Jones, but the Giants might trade for Michael Pittman. Interesting. I don't think Garrett's tradable. Yeah, I feel like there's too much on screen if I have both things on screen at the same time. I think it's better to just like rotate between the two screens. Yeah, I'm not a Becton fan either, but he's expected to get some money here. I'm not a fan of Becton. I want to be clear about that, but somebody's going to like what they see there. Yeah, Rashawn Gary for a fourth round pick doesn't make much sense to me. He was going to get cut. I think. I don't get it. Number one free agent you want to return? I mean, honestly, it's probably Shaheed, but that seems DOA. Top 3 outside FA additions for us to target. I would say hold on. I would go with like Cameron Jordan, Jadeveon Clowney, and Tyler Algier. Maybe Algier. I don't know. It's tough. I mean, like I was really in love with Khalil Mack, but that that story's closed. Oh, K9 to Chiefs? Yep. Yep, there we go. Do we have any idea what the contract is yet? Everybody's reporting K9 to the Chiefs. Must be a lot of money for him to sign this early. Yeah, everybody's reporting it now. Gordon Schultz, Garofalo, Schefter. 3 years, 45. Is that official? Can anyone else find that? No, I'm not seeing it. Okay, well, Jeremiah Love's not going to go to KC anymore, I guess. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about 3 years, 45 million. That would be kind of insane, but I get it. Okay. Okay. All right. So that's pretty big. All right, people. Good morning. What is going on? Hope you guys are doing well. Got a lot of people hanging out in the stream this morning already, and we already have a pretty big Seattle Seahawks related piece of news. We are just like not even half an hour into the stream, and we've gotten some pretty melancholy news. I won't call it just straight up bad news, but yeah, Ken Walker is gone. Ken Walker has signed with the Kansas City Chiefs. We don't know for how much money yet. We don't know what the contract is, but Ken Walker is departing for Kansas City. And we are now in the hunt for a new running back, probably two new running backs, which we've kind of known about. But yeah, we don't know what the money is yet. That's going to be interesting. We'll talk about that later. It's probably a lot of money because he signed so early. But the other side of that is it's the Chiefs. I don't know if the Chiefs are the kind of team that would throw a ridiculous contract at a running back. So I could see it going both ways. But yeah, we're about half hour into the day for me anyway. I turned on the stream about a half hour ago, and already we've lost one of our big free agents. Now, it had become obvious over the last week that Ken Walker was going to go, so I'm not shedding a tear about this. Honestly, I had expected Ken Walker to go until the Charbonnet injury in the divisional round. And after that, I kind of changed my tune. But one thing I will say, because it does kind of hurt right now, because Ken Walker is a great player. But one thing that I will say is that this team showed they're not going to get forced into doing something just because of bad circumstance. And that is commendable and respectable. And I want to say, I don't have an issue with letting Walker go. I don't really have an issue with letting any running back go after their rookie deal, especially if they're going to command big money. My issue is just how do you replace them? And I still don't have a great answer for that. But it is not the most surprising thing, and I'm good with it. Thank you, Ken Walker. We'll never forget you, but you're off to Kansas City, and we'll see what the contract is later, but that's the first domino to fall. We're down our Super Bowl MVP running back. So that is the news of the morning so far. We'll see what happens later on. A lot of crazy overpays already, in my opinion, but such is the way free agency goes. All right. Going to continue on stream. We got another 7.5 hours to go, I think, and who knows what else is going to be coming in store. All right. Go Hawks. Okay, let me get that uploaded here real quick. Oh. Bucks re-signed Kate Otten. Yeah. Let me get that up on screen here real quick. Do we know what the contract is on Kate Otten yet? Don't we get a comp pick for K9? We probably will, yes. 3 for 50? 3 for 50? Ain't no way, brother. Ain't no way. I refuse to believe the Chiefs would do that. No way. What happens to Hunt and Pacheco? I mean, they're not that good. So, who knows? And honestly, who really cares? Yeah, Kate Otten. Yeah, returning to Tampa Bay. I see the same thing. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about 3 years, 50. There's no way the Chiefs would do that. Three for 52? I'm not seeing that yet either. Oh, okay. Up to 45. So let's call it 45. Let's call it 3 years, 45 million. Technically, it's a little bit less. but it's basically 3 years, 40. I mean, it's 3 years, 43, but it would be fair to call it 45. Yeah, I mean, I know it's not crazy, but it's more than it's more than I think he's worth. 340. I'll call it 343 just to be totally fair. I don't think he's worth that. I don't think he's worth that. I will admit it's not insane, but I do think it's more than he's worth. I think people have kind of forgotten the downside of K9. So, yeah. Algier's not going to give you. Algier and K9 are completely different players, is the thing, though. Like, it's not that simple. All right, Ken Walker's off the board. Yeah. At that rate, yeah, at that amount of money, it's got to be at least a 4th round pick, but it depends on what happens in free agency otherwise, because everything's scaled. Everything gets scaled. Yeah, I saw the Holcomb thing. That should be on the board. Yeah, the Cole Holcomb thing is on the board. Well, here's the thing. We all knew that K9 was going to leave. It was obvious. There's no way he wasn't going to leave. There's no running back we can draft in the first round that's really worth it. Maybe Jadarian Price, but I don't think Jadarian Price is worthy of a first round pick. You think the KCO line is good? Not really, but they can fix it, and there are good pieces. All right, so I think that woke us all up. Oh, ooh, a big one, big one. She looks like the Rams have signed Jalen Watson. So Jalen Watson and McDuffie. That's a big one. He was almost on my screen. Okay. We don't know the money yet. But the Rams have completely redone their cornerback room officially now. That's big. That's pretty big. He was one of the best corners left, so they have completely blown up their secondary. Okay, it's a 3-year deal. We don't know the money yet. I'd love to trade for Achan, but it would be difficult to compete. Atlanta signed Tua. I did see they were thinking about it. I didn't see anything official yet, though. No, no. Yeah, guys, I don't think we want Jalen Carter. Okay, Jalen Watson got 3 years, 51. 51 million. So that's what, 18 million a year? Yeah, it's a little bit of an overpay, I think. I think that's too much. I would not have given him that much, but it's not a radical overpay. But you can sense the desperation on their part. I don't see anything about Coby Bryant signing with the Titans. Okay, Nick Corte is estimating we're going to get a 5th round pick for Ken Walker, but that's pure speculation. Laramie Tunsil wasn't a free agent, though, right? That's just an extension. You think a 2nd or 3rd gets Achane? In this draft, it would have to be a 2nd because the draft's not very good. And our pick is bad. Yeah, I don't see anything about Coby Bryant. Ooh, oh my goodness. Jalen Phillips, Panthers, 4 years, 120 million. No way. Jalen Phillips, 120. Oh my goodness. He got 30 mil a year. Ain't no way, brother. Ain't no way. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about, though. Boye Mafe is going to get a ton of money, too. These edge rushers print money for doing nothing. Phillips isn't even that good, and he can't stay healthy. He just got 30 mil a year. He got 80 million guaranteed. Think about what Maffei's going to get, man. Maffei's going to get something that makes no sense to any of us. Oh, trade. Colts sending Pittman to the Steelers. Pittsburgh trades for Michael Pittman Jr. Interesting. I don't hate it. I guess Aaron Rodgers is just going to come back, huh? $30 million a year, man. For a guy who's probably not going to give you double-digit sacks, can't stay healthy. I don't get it. Well, usually the Seahawks don't make moves early in the day because they're a West Coast team. It's not surprising. They usually do their stuff later in the day. And the only issue I have with that is sometimes they do stuff after I turn the stream off. All right, we got about 550 people in the chat here real quick. So I want to say thank you to everybody for showing up today. And I'm going to be doing this all week. We're going to have a lot of fun just going through free agency, talking about the moves that teams make. Again, the plan is to stream 8 hours a day, 5 days this week. Tomorrow is going to be really fun because it's going to be a joint stream with me and Brandon of the Hawks Nest. So we're going to have a lot of fun there. And basically, I'm going to be doing everything I can to follow along in NFL free agency, and we'll see what the Seahawks end up doing at certain points throughout the day. But one thing I would ask for you guys is to support the stream the best that you can. Please like the stream if you haven't already. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. We are on the road to 22,000 subscribers. And if you can go above and beyond that, I would appreciate it. This is one of 2 times during the year where I do hope to get some donations going on streams. Obviously, any stream that I do take donations, but this in particular, because this week is going to be very few videos and it's going to be all about the streaming. So if you want to super chat, you guys can click the $ in the chat. There's a link in the description through which you can send a tip, which is actually the best way for me to get support. I have a Patreon, a few different ways you can support in the description as well beyond that. And you can also become a channel member for $2 a month, $5 a month, or $15 a month. So just some things to think about. Thank you. That is all. I think the Seahawks are going to make a move today of some kind. It won't be huge. The Colts get a late round pick swap, so they got basically nothing. They got very, very little. But I guess they never were going to get that much. So it is what it is.
Thank you, sir.
Deshaun, thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, basically he got the franchise tag, but for 3 years. Mm. So the Steelers are going to have this loaded receiver room, and for all we know, they're going to have Mason Rudolph throwing them the ball. It sounds like the Seahawks are targeting Coby. It sounds like they really like Coby Bryant, which surprises me, but so it is, you know? Daniel Jones is going to get a multi-year deal with the Colts. Oh yeah, Will Howard. Maybe it'll be Will Howard. I do like Will Howard. Ooh, Ravens, John Simpson. Oh, Malik. Ooh, Snacks is not going to be happy. I mean, actually, that's a pretty decent deal, man. That's a pretty reasonable deal for Malik Willis at this point. I mean, not in my opinion, but at least there's something there. That's a big one, people. Malik Willis off the board. I mean, not that we wanted him, of course. I'm not crazy. Yeah, Snacks is a Dolphins fan. Hmm.
Thanks for the coverage.
Senior Tiny Baby Goats, thank you for the $20. You guys can hear the TTS, right? I'm not a big fan of Tyler Algier. I mean, I'm not either, but he should work. It should at least be functional. I mean, honestly, Willis's contract is going to be pretty close to cheapest in the league for a veteran starter, but I'm a little worried you get what you pay for. Oh, Isaiah Likely Giants. Isaiah Likely Giants. That's a pretty big contract. I guess Likely's pretty good, but I don't know if I get that one. How do you feel about the Rams getting KC sloppy seconds? I mean, it's a big improvement in an area where they really needed it. Well, honestly, going 2-15 might be part of the plan. I don't know.
What's the max amount you'd pay for Josh Jobe? And do you think we should go after Elijah Vera Tucker?
Max amount I'd pay for Josh Jobe. Well, thank you, Pastor, for the dono. Jobe, I'd be willing to go up to like 9 or 10 million a year, I think. And Elijah Vera Tucker would not be a bad idea, but you've got to keep it to like 8 million a year because he can't stay healthy. If it's more than that, I think it's a bad idea. Okay, Bears got Neville Gallimore. I don't know how good Gallimore is, so I don't really know how to feel about that one. Thank you for the $10 super sticker, Worswai. Sorry if I mispronounced that. I don't know why it's not showing up. But thank you for the super sticker. Yeah, Shaheed's still on the market, guys. Nothing to say there. Whoa, they gave Pittman 3 years, 59? I mean, he's good, but I don't know, man. I don't understand some of these contracts. I don't understand some of these contracts. Are you surprised Shaheed isn't gone yet? Not necessarily. Jobe was kind of a disappointment. No, he wasn't. Jobe was great, especially for the money.
Sounds like our plan is to pay Coby and then draft CB and WR.
Thank you, Hayden, for the $4.99. Yeah, maybe. We still need a running back, though. Joseph Osai to the Jets. Yes, I see that. He was all right. I didn't hate him. I mean, have there been any moves so far today that I really wish the Seahawks had made? I'm looking right now. Not really, man. I'm looking at all these moves that have happened so far today. There's none of them where I'm like, man, I wish the Seahawks did that. I think Trey could get like over 20 million a year, especially now. Ooh, 336 for Osai. Wow. Not that surprising, but still significant. I guess that's probably about in line with expectations. Hmm. Which running back fits the best? I mean, that's the problem. There aren't a lot that really fit all that well. You need somebody who can play in the outside zone, and it's hard to find those guys. Brian Robinson can kind of do it. Yeah, Osai got 12 million per year. Odafe still available, yes. But with the way things are going, it's going to cost a ridiculous amount of money. Panthers re-sign a Caleb
Good
Evans.
luck
I
this
don't know who
week.
that is.
Hope we can find ways to improve the team.
Carson, thank you for the $20. Going to be fun this week. Yeah, Odafe Owe is still available, but the way things are going, he's going to cost an obscene amount of money.
We're gonna call him Devin Silverspoon after that McDuffie contract. Kinda hard to see K9 leaving if we consider ourselves run first.
Taker, thank you for the $5, but
Would you
K9
trade
already
for D
left.
Budo? And D draft edge?
Yeah, K9 already left, dude. He's gone. Would you trade for Thibodeau and draft an edge? I'm not really a big Thibodeau guy. Not really a fan. I don't like the Thibodeau thing that much. I don't think he loves football the way you would want somebody to if you're going to commit significant money to him. Saints signed John Ridgeway, who I think is a nose tackle. Can ETN play outside zone? He's got the speed for it. I just don't know if he's got the vision for it. It's hard to know. I'm not a big ETN guy, but he has talent. I will say the Panthers really needed pass rush, so I get it, but wow. Bears are eyeing Coby Bryant, so I guess they're letting Brisker and maybe Kevin Byard go. That's kind of interesting. Kingsley Enagbare is going to the Jets. 1 year, $10 million. That actually seems reasonable. With the way things are going today, that actually seems kind of fair. We need Mike Evans to take like a ring chasing deal, and I don't know if he'll do that. Yeah, Walker is confirmed to Kansas City. That's a done deal. Even Mahomes tweeted about it.
Thoughts on breaking the bank for Linderbaum?
Thank you for the $1.99. I mean, it depends. Is it like, are we talking like 18 million a year? Then yes. But if we're talking like 24, then no. I don't think center is that valuable. It just depends on what you mean by breaking the bank. I like Linderbaum. He's a great player, but you do have to be a little bit cautious here. I don't think a center is worth crushing money. Like just like right guard. That's my whole thing. Everyone talks about Bradford. I don't care about right guard that much. Mm. I think Alontae Taylor's going to cost too much. We don't need somebody that good, but he should be a consideration. Hmm. I don't think Taylor got traded to the Raiders. He's a free agent. How could he get traded? I feel like if there are other bidders for Coby Bryant, we're probably not going to keep him. And I mean, I'm okay with that, but he's clearly the guy that we seem to covet the most, which is surprising. Did you think John wasn't going above 339 for K9? I don't know if he was going over like 33. Maybe he goes to 33 and that's about it. He definitely wasn't going to 45. Is Achane still an option? I don't know. I don't know if Miami's willing to trade him. No, left guard's way more valuable than right guard. It's not even close. Left guard's more valuable than right guard for sure. The skills you need to play left guard are way more rare. We could have easily got Pittman. Why would we want Pittman? Yeah, I think Achane is actually better than K9. Mitch Trubisky to Titans, random. Ooh, Demario Davis finally left the Saints. Demario Davis finally left the Saints. He's going to the Jets. Why are the Jets spending so much money? I thought they were tanking. Wow, Demario Davis got $11 million a year. I'm feeling pretty dang good about that Drake Thomas contract. I tell you what. Was it a mistake to not extend K9 last offseason? I don't know. For all we know, he played harder this year because he was playing for the contract. Isn't Demario Douglas 8 million years old or something, too? Like, I'd much rather have Drake Thomas at his age. Oh, Demario Davis was originally a Jet. I forgot about that. Okay. All right. Demario Davis. Carson, thank you for the member message. Thanks for the hard work prepping and streaming for free agency, Brendan. Excited for moves this week. My top targets are Robinson, Owe, Naylor, and Jobe. That's a pretty good list, man. Ooh, Falcons get Austin Hooper back. Only 1 year, $3 million. Khalil Shakir to the Titans? I don't see that yet. I didn't even know Shakir was available. No, but I think Achan is a better player than K9. He's a much better receiver. For one. Maybe K9's a better running back. But Achan adds so much as a receiver. All right, things have chilled out a little bit. Kenneth Gainwell to Tampa Bay. He's somebody we might have had some interest in. Wow. 2 years, 14. I don't know about that. He did have a nice year last year. But I think a lot of that was just because Pittsburgh kept throwing him the ball because their offense was mostly checkdowns. Well, that's the thing. You could trade for Achan and then not extend him in theory. I didn't think Gainwell was going to get that kind of money. That's interesting. That's not a great sign. No. Wow. Mike Evans expected to get more than 27 million per year. That's insane. He's probably breaking down. What are we doing? How does Mike Evans get? That's almost DK money. I mean, it hasn't happened yet, I guess, but geez. No, Rico Dowdle's a good candidate. He's just, I don't think Rico's all that great, and he's not exactly what we need, but Rico's a good player. I mean, man, if you do that for Mike Evans, you're paying for past production big time. His body's breaking down. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, if the market says these guys are worth that much money, then they're worth that much money. But how often do these teams actually find themselves happy with what they get when they pay like this for these players? Ooh, Ravens just signed a punter, 3-year, 12.3. That I think that breaks the record. I think that breaks Dixon's record on average annual value. Somebody check that. Oh, um, Tampa Bay just signed Anzalone. I forgot Anzalone existed. Yeah, he got twice what Drake Thomas got. I'm feeling real good about that Drake Thomas contract right now. I tell you what, that almost feels like highway robbery now. You know what I mean? Three-year deal, $12 million for Reggie Gilliam to the Patriots. That's a fullback. Scout is going to New York. Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, he left Baltimore. Okay. What are you having for lunch today? I actually don't know. Draft Sadiq from Oregon. He's not going to be there when we pick. There's no way. There's no way he's not a first round pick before we're up. Yeah, Anzalone. I mean, he's a good player, but makes you feel good about that Drake Thomas contract. Ooh, Saints signed punter too. Do you think Denzel Boston will be there when we pick? No, not really. I think he'll be gone too. That seems to be the indication I'm getting, but sometimes you don't know how the last couple months before the draft are going to go. I wonder if the Raiders are still wanting to jump JPP. Well, Kubiak might like him, although he's not very mobile. That's the thing. That's why I don't know if I want him that much. We could get Tucker with the Bucks paying Gainwell. Some people have been talking about that. But he hasn't done that much in the league, so I don't know how good he is. Yeah, Bobby would have nothing to do on this team, though. What's the point? Okay, Panthers signed another special teamer, Robert Rochelle. I'm not going to bother listing that. That's so insignificant, but... Oh, Coby Bryant. Coby Bryant gone. And Amik Robertson also off the board. Yep, Bears got Coby. We tried. We went for it. All right, so he's off the board, and we're taking Coby Bryant off the board. Okay. Yep, Okada's going to be a starter now, probably, and I'm cool with that. Okay. Okay, let's try to figure out what the money is on Coby. All right, Coby is off the board. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it, but clearly we coveted him, so, you know, if Mike wants him, I get it. Yeah, okay. All right, let me cut this video real quick, guys. All right. About an hour later, we get another big news drop. What is going on, everybody? Good morning. We've got more Seattle Seahawks news. We've lost another player. Another player from the Super Bowl champion roster is gone. And definitely mixed thoughts here. A little bit less, to me, it stings less than the Ken Walker thing. But Coby Bryant is gone. Coby Bryant has gone to the Chicago Bears. We don't know the money yet, but it does seem like we got outbid because I know we really wanted to keep Coby. We wanted to keep Coby more than I think anybody else, and we could not keep him. So we'll see about the money. We'll see about the contract, and we'll see how we feel exactly after that. Personally, I'm I'm a little bit ambivalent here. I do like Coby. I think he's a good player. I think that there will be some residual damage from losing him. Don't get me wrong. I don't think Okada's as good, but at the same time, you got Okada for like $1,000,000. And how much is Coby going to cost? I guess we won't find out for a little bit here, but I struggle to believe that Coby is worth what he's probably going to get. And maybe we'll find out otherwise in the next couple of hours here, but I didn't view Coby Bryant as something that was irreplaceable and invaluable to this defense. I didn't view him as one of our best players. I viewed him as somebody that we liked, and I definitely thought that it would have been nice to have him back, but what are we really doing here when we're paying a safety that kind of money, and then we're also paying Julian Love a lot of money? I don't know. It was tough for me. So I'm not too torn up about this one. I know that it's a brutal 1-2 punch. You lose Ken Walker, an hour later, you lose Coby Bryant. And we know that more losses are coming, but this is kind of what I was talking about last week. The writing was on the wall for a lot of this. We're not willing to match these deals, and I can't really say I object to that general strategy. Can't really say that I feel like it's a bad thing. Oh, we just got the money. We just got the money. 3 years, 40 million. So that would be what? 3 years, 40 million. That is 13 and a third million per year. So that's basically the general area of what I thought he was going to get. And I mean, the way things are going today, that seems normal, but I don't know if I feel like we need to be doing that when we already have Julian Love making big money and you got Okada coming back super cheap and it's a good safety class. I don't know. I don't know. So I'm a little ambivalent here. I don't mind it. I'm not angry about it, but good player. Will be missed. See you later, Coby. Good luck. And yeah, go Hawks. I don't think 3 years, 40 million's crazy, but I wasn't super interested in doing it. I might have been doing like 10 million a year, honestly. Like I don't know. I know he's good, but I just I really struggle seeing him as being worth that much. Over 700 people in the stream right now, by the way. Thank you, everybody. All right, let me get this video up. I think it's an overpay by the Bears. I don't think it's a massive overpay, but I do think it's an overpay. We'll probably get a comp pick for Bryant. It might be like a 5th round pick, but we're going to get something for Coby, I think. How does the comp pick stuff work? I made a video about it several days ago. I don't want to go over the whole thing again, but basically when you lose free agents, you have the opportunity to get picks back in exchange. Oh, Cade Mays? That's a good one. Is there any reason we couldn't announce a deal for Spoon or JSN? I don't know, but I'm wondering if maybe you cannot extend them until the league year rolls over, and it hasn't yet. So maybe that's it. That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, Cade Mays is gone. Didn't really want him anyway. I don't think he's that much better than what we have, and he's going to cost a lot more. Yeah, 340 on Coby. Man, I don't know if those deals are going to be enough to get us good comp picks, but I think they have a chance. It really depends on what these other contracts look like. The thing is, you've got like the Jalen Phillips deal. That's going to be like a 3rd round pick for sure. That's like the high watermark. And Jalen Watson, that's going to be a pretty good pick. That's more than us. The good news is Alec Pierce stayed home, so that's not going to be a comp pick. Pittman was a trade. That's not a comp pick. But then you've got like Isaiah Likely. That could be a comp pick. Malik Willis should be a comp pick. In all likelihood, anyway. So it's not clear. Where are you seeing 43? I saw 40. Is it like 43 with incentives? I could see that. I get the sense that the NFL likes Coby more than we do. Mm. Would you like to get Bradley Chubb? I feel like he can't stay healthy. It depends on the cost, though. I mean, I think every player's worth something. How many picks will the Seahawks have for 2027? Hard to know, but it could be up over 10 if we play this in the correct way. Yeah, I don't think Okada's better than Coby. I know some people think that. I don't, but Okada's good. And we're going to get our money's worth. What do you project for Mafe? At this point, I think he's going to get like 20 mil. Who do you want Seattle to sign at running back? I don't know, man. It's not great out there. It's hard out there. Mm, mm. Oh, Falcons signed Nick Folk, the kicker. Wow. He's 41 years old. Don't know the money, but it's a 2-year deal. ETN would be all right. I don't know how great he is though. Like that one's tough. I think he's talented. Yeah, A-Chain would be ideal, but I don't know if he's on the trade block. Are you concerned if we lose all 6 of our top free agents? Concern's not the right word. Like it's tough, but I get it. Yeah, we got to spend money. That's the thing to keep in mind. We do have to spend money at some point because of the way the rolling average thing works, but we just don't know what we're going to spend on. Daniel Bellinger off to Tennessee. Gmail, welcome to the membership group. Thank you for the membership, basic membership. Appreciate it. Yeah, if Achan's available, I'm all over that, but who knows? Most likely outgoing free agent we retain at this point, it's probably Jobe. And I like Jobe more than most people, so I could be okay with that. Yeah, Grenard makes some sense. I just think Achan's a better player than K9. No, he's not better at everything, but I do think he's overall better. I wonder if Coby ends up being the highest paid free agent safety this cycle. Depends on Brian Cook. Trey Hendrickson. I mean, he's still out there. I'm not really a big Trey Hendrickson guy. He's a good player, but I don't know. That doesn't feel right to me. Now, Corey, that's not entirely accurate. I don't think this is about money. I think this is just about them not feeling like these guys are worth it, and I can't disagree with that. Brandon, thank you for the member message. Would you rather sign ETN or trade for Achan with our second? Probably Achan. I just think he's a much better fit for this offense. I think Achan is just a much better fit. So I would say that. You're definitely not getting Achan for a fourth. There's no way. You're gonna have to pay for him, but I think it'd be worth it. Linderbaum to the Raiders. 3 years, 81. What is that? Oh my goodness, that is okay, that's insane. There ain't no way, brother. I know he's good. There is no universe where Tyler Linder. No. Okay. Angus. That's 27 million a year for a center? No. Oh my goodness. That is insanity. Okay. Linderbaum's off the board. I was definitely not paying that. You can't tell me that's pretty much any center is worth that kind of money. Sorry, I don't buy it. You better be the best center in NFL history to be worth that kind of money. Algier to Arizona? Yeah, ooh, oh, people are going to be a little bit hurt over that one. Hmm. That's a tough one. That's not too bad of a deal for Algier either. That's not terrible. I would not have hated doing that. So Linderbaum's definitely going to be a third round comp pick. So you guys see what I'm saying? The comp picks are getting eaten up. You've got Linderbaum, you've got Phillips, you've got Malik Willis. Those three deals for sure are bigger than I think any deal any of our players is going to get. James Conner will be lucky if he ever plays football again. Like, I don't know why they did that, but James Conner's never playing football again in my mind. So I don't think they can do that. 3 years, 81 for Linderbaum. I still can't believe it. I know he's good, but you can't tell me he's worth that kind of money. No way. I don't know if any center is worth that amount of money. And I know it's the Raiders, and I know they got to overpay, but my goodness. Yeah, JPJ might be on the market now. Hmm. Well, Creed Humphrey is like 18 a year. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't think inflation worked that fast. Yeah, the Raiders could still sign Shaheed if they wanted to, but this is what happens when you have too much cap space. You have to spend a ridiculous amount of money. Yeah, Linderbaum, 27 million a year. Creed Humphrey had 18. That's a 50% bump. I just don't I don't see it. I don't see it. Maybe he's worth 21. Yeah, the only deal that I'm hurting a little bit over is Algier, and look, he's a power back. I'm not I'm not freaking out about that. Do you like Emmett Johnson from Nebraska round 3? I don't really like the way he plays. I think he's not going to last very long. He throws himself around too recklessly. Not a huge fan. I don't think he's going to last very long in this league, honestly. Hmm. Yeah, Creed's the second highest paid center. Yeah, I would have done Algier. That's not a bad deal at all, but at the same time, it's a power back. Like there are guys like that all over. I have a feeling Rashad White will be a Seahawk. Yeah, I mean he's more of a pass catching back. I don't even know how good of a pure running back he is. JS is doing the right thing, not overpaying these guys. I'm inclined to agree. There's one or two deals I think would have been fine, but overall, I'm not looking at any of this and thinking to myself, we had to do this. I don't think there's any way Charbonnet is going to be ready for week one. I think Charbonnet is going to be ready in like late October. I mean, you never know with this stuff. There's wide variance here, but I would not count on it. That K9 contracts ends up being 10 a year. No, it doesn't. 43 is the minimum. There's only 2 million incentives up to 45. Oh, there are a ton of decent players left, Blue Sword. Don't even worry about that. Shaheed alone, I think, would be pretty massive. And there's plenty of guys that aren't even on screen yet, so don't trip. Yeah, I don't get the Linderbaum thing. I mean, I get it, but I don't think it's good. Yeah, okay, yeah, Algier. The issue with Algier, I guess, would just be it's a 2-year deal and Charbonnet will be back at some point. And it's a little bit redundant with Algier and Charbonnet. Mike Washington Jr., he is fun, isn't he? Mike Washington Jr. has some crazy upside, a lot of fun.
Do you think we make a significant deal at some point today, or if anybody just a small deal with someone?
Santiago, thank you for the $4.99. I think we do something today. I think something comes up today. Even if it's small, I imagine you got to do something at some point. Could we really possibly get Achane? I don't know if Miami's got him on the block or not, but I assume they're at least willing to consider it. Using AI to read questions. It's not AI, it's text to speech. It's not AI. There's no way we keep Woolen. I'm sorry, guys. I would be floored if we kept Woolen. No, Nick Cross is still out there. I haven't seen anything about Nick Cross. How come we can't see tier 3? Because we can't. In order for tier 3 to be visible on screen, we need to get through tier 1 and tier 2. I'm just keeping the top guys visible. Do we really want to re-sign Woolen? I don't think Mike likes him that much. Oh, ETN's gone. That's going to break some hearts. ETN going to the Saints. Travis Etienne is going to the New Orleans Saints. Oh, DeezMoobs, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate it. Welcome everybody who's about to get a membership. All right, congratulations to everybody that just got a membership. Yeah, ETN's off the board. Okay. I'm ambivalent there. I wasn't a huge fan. But he is talented. Doesn't look like we were in on ETN, by the way. I don't think we wanted him. Tomorrow's probably going to get cut, by the way. That would be a thought. I'm not crazy about it, but tomorrow would be, at the very least, there's upside. What's left at running back now? Hold on. Brian Robinson Jr., Rico Dowdle. Joe Mixon, Michael Carter, Rashad White, Najee Harris, Austin Eckler, J.K. Dobbins. There's some other guys too. Tomorrow might get cut now that the Saints have ETN. Ooh, Wan'Dale Robinson. Wan'Dale Robinson signing with the Titans. The homie. Wan'Dale actually helped me in fantasy a lot last year. So I like him, but he's obviously not great.
People online already shitting on JS. It's fair to criticize his decisions, but turning on our SB winning Executive of the Year GM as a whole is dumb.
Thank you, Insulatus, for the $4.99, I think. Sorry, 5. Thank you, Insulatus on YouTube. But I agree. We got to calm down. Yeah, I don't want Joe Mixon, but he is out there. I mean, generally speaking, I'm not a big fan of signing free veteran running backs anyway, but I was willing to make an exception this year because of circumstance. Okay, I don't see anything about a 4 years, 70. Nappy, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, we haven't done anything yet, which is not surprising, guys. It's not even noon yet. We've been live for like 2 hours. I don't think anybody should be that surprised.
For a team that wants to be run first and not getting a higher tier RB is dumb. Also, who knows how Zach comes back? Or if he has a setback. Man.
It is tough. And look, we may have to accept a lower level of production from the offense in 2026, I will admit, which I'm not thrilled about. But I think there's hope that the offensive line is going to be good enough this year to carry a lesser running back. And there is some logic to that. Like, there are teams out there that have such great offensive lines that it's easier to run the ball. I don't think it's a ridiculous thought. Mostert's a little too old, but I do like him. Tonga? Okay, Tonga. Whoa, guys, ETN, 4 years, 52. So, wait, what is that, 13 million a year? So he basically got what K9 got. Guys, how did ETN get K9 money? What is ETN? What? Oh my goodness, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about that. That's insane. He got paid what Walker got paid. I know he's talented, but there's no way he's worth that. I don't buy it. $452 for ETN. So, I mean, given that it's a 4-year deal, he actually got way more than Walker. I know he's probably a little bit more talented than Walker, but he's not better than Walker. And he's also not the reigning Super Bowl MVP. Wow. I don't know what to say. That seems awful to me. What do you think about the LA Rams moves with their cornerback signings? I mean, this is their year, right? This is go for it. They can't afford to leave anything on the table here. So I get it, but I don't know if it's good. Like that's dicey. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so KC, K Tonga, 321. That's quite a bit of money for Tonga. He was a Patriot, yeah. Man. So it goes in the market. Wandale deal is done. Well, I guess you got to overpay to get people to play for the damn Titans.
Did the Raiders really give Linderbaum $27 million a year?
Thank you, Jordan. Yeah, they did. I can't believe it. 27 million a year for a center. I just don't believe a center is worth that much. I know it's Kubiak's offense. Maybe it's close, but 27, I struggle with that immensely. How about Khalil Herbert plus B. Rob and Mostert? I don't know much about Khalil Herbert. I don't know how good he is. Thoughts on Nashawn Wright? I mean, he's great. I don't know if we need to spend that kind of a resource on a cornerback, but he is a good player. Also, he's only had one good year. I'd be careful. Ooh, Saints signed David Edwards, left guard. Let me get that on the board. We're looking at one-year deals for running backs. I mean, I understand why, but you're not going to get a great running back on a one-year deal. You're going to be settling for something pretty substandard.
Gotta spend some money soon, be daddy.
Thank you, Charlie Wilson, for the 667. I mean, well, I guess that's what, £5, €5. I don't know. I think it's euros. But you don't want to necessarily look at it like that, right? You don't want to necessarily say you have to spend money. That's how things get tricky. I understand the urgency, but it is the first day. We do have to tread lightly here. Punters released Jamie Gillen, their other punter, so that makes sense. Wow, David Edwards got 4 years, $61 million. Left guards, man. Left guards go for big money. Yeah, Hall got franchise tagged. I don't know if we can really get him. Crazy Linderbaum got paid more than Cross. That's a good point. I know that Linderbaum's a better center than Cross is a left tackle, but the value of those positions is radically different. Wait, Naylor? Jalen Naylor got 3 years, 35? I didn't think he was going to get anything close to that. Wow, okay. Wait, that's the Raiders. Are they out on Shaheed? Is that because that might take them out of Shaheed? That's big. That's actually pretty big. Wow, okay. Okay, that frees things up a little bit here. That makes me feel better in a weird way. Oh, David Onyemata goes to the Jets. One year, $10.5 million. Naylor's a nice little deep threat. I like Naylor, but there's no way he's worth that much money. So maybe Shaheed's asking for too much. Maybe he'll have to come back down. Who knows? Let's let this play out. And we're really going to test the offensive line this year. See if they can support substandard backs. Oh.
Thanks for the hard work.
Oh, thank you for the anonymous tip. Appreciate it. Anonymous. Thank you for the $20. Appreciate the support. Yeah, I'd love Clowney. It does seem like Clowney wants to stay on the East Coast if possible, but he did break that rule last year, so maybe. I'm a Clowney guy. I'm a big Shaheed guy, I will admit, but I don't know if he's worth $20 million a year. I don't think that he is. All right, things have been chill for the last like 90 seconds, which is rare. The Jets are loading up. Do the Jets think they can be good with freaking Justin Fields? Like, what are we doing? Justin Fields is going to capitalize on a big defense? I don't buy it. I don't know. There's a lot that I don't get, I guess. And I guess that's okay, but they're ruining it. These teams are ruining things for the rest of us. Can you show a list of the remaining players list in free agency? Well, I have this, but only part of the list is visible, obviously. But yeah, I do have a running list. When a player does it all for the team, he can't get his pay? What do you mean? I don't know what that means. Would you rather have 2 fifth-round comps next year or give Walker and Bryant the same deals they got? For Walker and Bryant, I'd rather have the comp picks. Remember, it could end up being more than a fifth. It could be a fourth, but we're not going to know for a while. Do you think Seahawks are scared of matching or overpaying to keep their players from signing other teams? I think they're just aware of the fact that you win the Super Bowl, your players get overpaid. And they're trying to not play that game. Oh. Is REIT tier 3 on your list? I just went based on Spotrac projections. So, no, I don't think so, because they don't think he's going to get that much better. Or get that much more.
I thought Hendrickson already to the Cowboys?
Not to my knowledge, Daniel Bailey. Am I wrong about that? Thank you for the $1.99. I was not aware of Hendrickson to the Cowboys. Can anyone else confirm that? I haven't seen anything. I'd say the answer is probably yes, Eddie. Are the Raiders out on Woolen? I don't know if they were ever in on Woolen.
JSN won't sign an extension before Puka.
Anonymous, thank you for the $20 tip. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily true. I don't know if I would assume that. Crypto Hawks, thank you for the $2. Would Hendrickson be a good fit? I don't think so. I think that Hendrickson doesn't really fit what we're doing here, personally. Okay, I'm not really seeing anything else. I think we're chill. I think we're caught up. Man, the Jets are spending like crazy. They're really trying to go for it right now. Yeah, Isaiah Pacheco's a free agent. I just don't think he's that great. Jamel Dean 365. No, I definitely don't want to do that. You think Mixon would be okay? I feel like that injury ended his career more or less. I want to sign Shaheed. That's kind of the guy I'm circling right now. I'm a Shaheed guy. Mm. Ooh, Evans to 49ers. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't see anything about the details of the deal yet. Oh, 3-year deal. Wow, dude, that's a match made in hell. Shanahan always drives his players into the ground. That's like a match made in hell, dude. Mike Evans is gonna die. Oh, Jamel Dean. Jamel Dean off the board. Okay. Going to the Steelers, I think. Yeah. 337. Yeah, that's kind of close to what I thought. I wouldn't have hated it. What's the money on Mike Evans? Does anybody know what the money is? I know it's a 3-year deal. Yeah, Mike Evans is going to die on San Francisco. Shanahan is going to have his knees turn into spaghetti by week 7. He's going to play every snap. That's insane. Okay, we've got some of tier 3 on the screen now. Hmm. Fourth round comps for Coby and Walker. Yeah, I mean, we won't know for a while. It depends on what these other contracts do. Everything's relative. That's the thing to keep in mind here. Okay, I'm still waiting for the money on Mike Evans. I know it's 3 years, but I don't know what the money is yet. This could be an obscene deal, by the way. This could be absolutely disgusting. No, not Jamel Dean. I know Jamel Dean. I know what Jamel Dean is. I'm talking about Mike Evans. I mean, they do need something because Kittle's out. I get it, but no, Jamel Dean was 3 years, 36. I don't think Evans is 36. If it is, that's actually really pretty dang good for San Fran, but one second, guys. Okay. What are your favorite comedy sequels? Let me see here. Um, Glass Onion was good. I saw that pretty recently. The Knives Out thing, if that counts, that was good. I'm looking at a list here. Like Evan Almighty was okay, I guess. 22 Jump Street was pretty good. I like Deadpool 2. Not too many, not too much else, man. I don't see really anything else here that stands out to me. I'm looking at like a list. Um, Men in Black 2 sucked. 3 was good. I liked Men in Black 3. How about like Back to the Future 3? That's a good movie. Yeah, I can't really see too much else here that jumps out to me, so I'll go with that. I'll go with that. I never saw any of the Jumanji movies. Yeah, my issue with the Knives Out stuff is it's trying so hard to be topical. Sometimes it feels like I'm watching Family Guy, and it's cringy. Like Knives, like Glass Onion, which I did like overall. There's so many attempts to be topical, it ends up being cringe. Wow, Devin Bush, good for him. The Bears just signed Devin Bush 3 years, $30 million. I'm not seeing anything about Mike Evans getting 3 years, 37. I think you guys are talking about Jamel Dean. I don't see anything about Mike Evans' money yet. What about Back to the Future 2? 3's better. Back to the Future 2 isn't very good. 3 is better. Yeah, I've never seen a Ted movie. Not really looking like my thing. Mike Evans is north of 25. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing, which I don't understand. He's very obviously to me breaking down. Anchorman 2 was kind of dumb. Back to the Future 2 is like endless exposition. It's all plot. There's no story. There's no story in Back to the Future 2.
What are your preseason thoughts on the Mariners?
Preseason thoughts on the Mariners. I'm worried about the bullpen, but other than that, I think things look fairly good. No, I haven't gotten to Resident Evil 9 yet. I'm a little bit behind in that series. I want to play 8 before I play 9, but I've heard 9 is very good, so I'm excited. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, okay. I think we're caught up. Nothing since Devin Bush. What do you think the comp picks are for K9 and Coby? Probably fourths, but we'll need plenty of time to figure that out. I'm not watching the World Baseball Classic, no. Yeah, I know, but I still want to play 8 before I play 9. Yeah, that's the thing. I think Mike Evans can't stay healthy anymore. Mummy 2 was pretty good. That doesn't really feel like a comedy to me, though. That feels like an action movie with, like, campy elements. The guy who plays Asterion in Baldur's Gate 3 plays one of the main bosses in 8. Very cool. If Okada ends up being trash, I think we're pretty confident Okada's not trash. He played quite a bit last year. 3 years, 67 for Evans. I don't see that anywhere. I see 67 on Malik Willis.
Live your show in football IQ.
Let it ride. Thank you for the $5 tip. Appreciate it. I've never seen Ace Ventura 2. I've only seen the first one. I've never seen Night at the Museum. You ever do game nights where you play games with your fans? I'm not really a big multiplayer guy. The only multiplayer game I ever really got into was Dead by Daylight. I played a lot of Dead by Daylight. Yeah, I'm not seeing any money deets on Mike Evans yet. I like Toy Story 2 a lot. That's a good one. Once in a blue moon member multiplayer game stream. Yeah, maybe. I don't think I'd get enough interest. I mean, it's too hard to find games that people likes. Are you excited for Persona 4 Revival? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the game I'm going to play day one, 100%. You think Wandale Robinson was overpaid? Probably. Would you like Jawan Jennings on the Seahawks? Not really. Toy Story 4 was okay. Okay, so Mike Evans got 3 years, 60 million. That's actually not the worst. I don't think it'll work out great, but it could have been a lot worse. I don't think it's gonna be good, but at least it's not like the 27 people were talking about. So, I don't know, it's not the worst. Yeah, I mean, I like all the Toy Story movies, but 4 is definitely the most frivolous. Yeah, Mike Evans actually kinda got less than he theoretically coulda gotten almost. Increased chance we try to bring Woolen back? I don't think we really want Woolen back. I don't think we really want Woolen back that much. Should we be scared of Mike Evans? I mean, he's still a good player, it's just, can he stay healthy? Remember, there were plenty of times in Tampa where he played through injuries. Mm, mm, mm-mm. Josh Jobe is a free agent, correct? I don't think Devin Bush is that good. He was on the Browns, and it's a pretty loaded defense over there, but maybe. I'm not completely ruling it out. Yeah, the Family Guy stuff doesn't do a ton for me, honestly, so I don't know if Ted is my thing. Maybe they trust Halani more than we think. I mean, Halani's okay, but I really hope we're not expecting him to be more than a running back 3. Which running back would you sign to replace Walker? I mean, at this point, I kinda like the idea of, I mean, it wouldn't replace Walker, but Rico Dowdle's probably the best guy left. Michael Carter is kind of underrated, I think. You could talk me into Najee Harris pretty quick. That's how bad things are getting. A-Chan is the play, but who knows if he's available? It's hard to know. Yeah, there are still options, guys. Chill. Keaton Mitchell? I don't know much about Keaton Mitchell. That's not a terrible idea. He's the TCU guy, right? Conception in the first. Yeah, he's just a little bit. I don't know. Found myself wanting a little bit when I looked into him, but maybe, maybe. Um, so the first year cap hit on Coby in Chicago is going to be about 6 million, and then it's 16.5 for the next 2 years. Yeah, Chris, but he does that stuff sometimes. He trades for a guy in a contract year, rides him for the year, and lives with the results. He's done that before. He did that with Clowney. He did that with Shaheed, or probably did that with Shaheed. It's a little early. So it's not like that's unprecedented. Patriots showing interest in Romeo Dobbs. But I'm not seeing any new moves, so I think we're caught up still. Hasn't been anything in a few minutes here. I was hoping you would use a different format this year. What do you mean? What other format can I use? Are we getting a third or fourth round comp pick for Coby? There's no way to know yet. I'd be
Any
pretty surprised if
post-round
it's a
3
fourth
RBs in the draft that
or
interest
third.
you or have similar comps? Speed to KW3?
Yes, Anonymous. I actually made some videos last week talking about this, but Demon Claiborne's interesting. Um, I would say he's the one day 3 guy that kind of comps to K9. I think Mike Washington's a day 2 guy, but maybe him too. It would mainly be those guys. I think Demon Claiborne is the play. And there are problems there, don't get me wrong. He's nowhere near as good as K9, but he's kind of like K9. He was talking about Schneider, not you. Okay. Mm. Mm. Top free agent on the wish list. I mean, at this point, probably Shaheed. I just like to bring Shaheed back. I like him. Ooh. Ooh, Zion Johnson. Wow. For a guy who wasn't even very good, he just got a lot of money. The Browns just signed Zion Johnson. 3 years, $50 million. Wow. I didn't even think Zion Johnson was that good of a player. I mean, maybe he's better than I think, but I don't think he's very good. Uh. You think the Raiders still have enough money to get Shaheed? Well, they just gave all that money to Nailers, so I don't think they're. To me, that says they might be out on Shaheed. But they can afford it, yes. Yeah, I don't get this Zion Johnson thing. Is he actually good and I just don't know about it? Maybe Zion Johnson's actually a good player and I just don't know about it, but I don't think so. All right, guys, 3 hours. We just hit the 3-hour mark. Where do you guys think Shaheed goes if not the Raiders? I don't know. We already re-signed Okada. Okada's already here, guys. We're good with that. Yeah. Zion Johnson, man. Um, yeah, I think that's the only major move. Yeah, tell me about Keaton Mitchell, guys. I don't know much about Keaton Mitchell. Key to Bills. Didn't they already acquire, what's his name? I thought they already acquired their receiver. I don't think they can get Shaheed too. No, I don't think we're going to get Jalen Carter. I don't think we want a player who's that much of a question mark. There's a reason why the Eagles picked Jordan Davis over Jalen Carter. Yeah, Bill's got DJ Moore. I don't think they're getting Shaheed. Dominique Robinson, a defensive end that I know very little about, going to the Houston Texans. How much is Carter trading picks wise? You're probably looking at like 2 firsts.
Great insight.
Lei Chin, thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Zion Johnson, he's a very good player. That's not what I've heard, but maybe. Yeah, Keaton Mitchell sounds interesting if he can just stay healthy. If is Cup staying in Seattle?
How
Yes.
much would you have given Coby and Walker?
How much would you have given Coby and Walker? Probably somewhere around 10 million a year. Maybe Walker, I would have gone 11 just because of the state of the running back market, but I don't know. To me, I don't know what's worse, overpaying. Like the thing is with Walker, there's such a good chance he gets hurt and misses games. And if that happens, then you're not getting anything out of him. It's like one thing when you're talking about a player who might have lulls, which Walker does have, then at least you're getting some value out of them. But in the case of Walker, you know that you're going to have at least a couple games a year in all likelihood where you get zero value out of him because he's on the sideline. Yeah, I think this is Cup's last year, but it depends on how he does, I guess. Zion Johnson developed under Harbaugh. Before that, he was not that good. I mean, if he's a good player, I think he's worth that contract. I just don't know if he is. And I don't know. Okay, I'm not seeing anything new in the last few minutes. I think we're caught up. Yeah, I will admit, if we lose Shaheed and it feels like we chose Cup over Shaheed, I'm not going to love that because Cup probably has 1 year left at best, and Shaheed is going to have several years left, so I don't love that. But at the same time, I kind of get it because Cup's already under contract and he's going to get paid at least some of his money anyway. But I don't know. It feels like it would just really suck to give up 2 picks, even in a bad draft, and then only have them for half a season. That doesn't sit super well with me. Hmm.
Will we get Tyler Linderbaum?
Lachin, Linderbaum's gone. He signed to a ridiculous contract with the Raiders. No, we're not getting Jalen Carter, guys. There's no way. Leonard Williams is still here. Yeah, the Jalen Carter stuff's interesting, and he is a good player, but you got to play the run in Seattle if you're going to be in that front because we have six-man fronts all the time. I don't think Jalen Carter really plays the run that well. What about Alvin Kamara? That's a thought. He might be washed, but he
Raiders
might not
spending
be.
money good for Shaheed chances.
Yeah, Sean McLeodart, that is very true. We may end up getting Shaheed back just because the teams that would have spent big money on him have already invested. Okay, still not seeing anything new.
Hey Brendan, appreciate all the content you put out on a daily basis. Go Hawks.
BY40, thank you for that. Thank you for the 20. I do what I can. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Spoon and
Do you think
JSN
we
are
will
going to
sign
get paid.
someone
Don't worry about
today?
it.
If so, who's your top option?
Jacob Garcia, thank you for the $4.99. I think something will happen. It might be small. It might be small, but I think we're going to do something. Ooh, Titans got a John Franklin Myers. He's pretty good. Whoa, wait a minute. 363? That's the same contract Leonard Williams got. Leonard Williams got 363. I know John Franklin Myers is good, but I didn't think he was that good. I mean, I guess inflation, maybe. I don't know. That's tough. You can't restructure Nwosu. He's got 1 year left on his deal.
Keep up the good work, Brandon.
Thank you, Joaquin, for the $1.99. Joaquin Ayala. They should extend Nwosu. I'm so worried about him. I really feel like his body is breaking down. I don't know if I want to do that. That's super uncomfortable to me. Ooh, Tremaine Edmonds. Giants. 336. I guess that more or less makes sense. Yeah, I don't want to extend Nwosu. Ooh, Arden Key. Arden Key goes to the Colts. He was kind of interesting, I guess. I wasn't a huge fan, but he was okay. Chargers signed a tight end that I've never heard of before to a 3-year, $24 million deal. Does anyone know who Charlie Kolar is? I watch a lot of football. I don't know who that is, and he just got $24 million. I don't think I've ever heard of him before. This is so strange to me. I follow the NFL very closely, and I do not know who that is. Third string tight end. Yeah, I mean, Walter H, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel.
Notice how most teams making moves are bad teams.
Well, yeah, Daniel, it's because mostly the bad teams are the teams with money, and that's the thing that is frustrating people. We have money. But I just think it's too early. There's going to be stuff that we do.
When will the Seahawks spend all this cash that they have to spend, and what form do you think it takes? Extensions or new signings?
Thank you, Nate. I mean, we're going to have to spend some money outside. You're not going to be able to do all of this with extensions. Like, JSN and Witherspoon contracts are not going to affect the cap that much. They're going to affect it, but you're not going to get to where you need to be just extending JSN and Spoon. All right. I think we're still caught up here. We're doing pretty good.
How do you feel about the moves in our division?
Shanai, thank you for the $1.99. I mean, I think the Rams have done fairly well. They've overpaid, but maybe that's what it took. Niners, I don't know. The Mike Evans thing could really backfire. So easily it could backfire. Oh, Flott to the Titans? Dang, he got more than I thought, too. I like him, but I'm not sure I understand that. Let me get Flott off the board. Okay, that's who Kolar is. I don't know why you're giving him 24 million, though. Dobbins back to the Broncos. Wow, that's kind of, I don't know. That's a little bit depressed. I mean, if I'm a Broncos fan, I'm hella depressed right now because I wanted Ken Walker if I'm a Broncos fan, and now I'm settling for J.K. Dobbins. The Chargers cut Will Dissly, so he's the replacement. Okay, but that seems like a lot of money to me. Would you prefer Rashad White or Dowdle? I guess Dowdle. Who's Flott? Cordell Flott. He was the Giants corner. He's pretty good. I like him.
What do you think JS would spend on Cross? Buller.
Devin Monroe, thank you for the $1.99. Well, we already signed Cross. That's a done deal. We already got Sauce. Don't they have RJ Harvey too? I don't think RJ Harvey's very good. Yeah, I don't know. It really Denver needs a receiver, man. Oh, oh wow, Brian Cook just signed with the Bengals, and he got less than or no, he got basically the same deal that Coby got, which that's pretty much what people thought was going to happen. Yeah, Brian Cook's good. I will admit that. Brian Cook is good. I didn't think we were going to get him. I didn't really. Ooh, we got news, guys. Seahawks news. Ooh, this is good. I don't know if other people are going to like this. I like this a lot. Seattle Seahawks, guys. Breaking news. The Seahawks are re-signing Josh Jobe, 3 years, 24 million. Okay. Okay, guys. 3 years, 24 million. Josh Jobe. $8 million a year for Josh Jobe. I like it. Okay. All right, guys. I got to cut the video, guys. I got to cut the video. Okay. All right, people. Good afternoon. What is going on? We've been waiting and waiting and waiting for the Seahawks to actually do something. And according to Jordan Schultz just a couple of minutes ago, the Seahawks have indeed done something. According to Jordan Schultz, the Seahawks have re-signed Josh Jobe to a 3-year, $24 million deal. Don't know the details yet. Don't know the exact contract. But Josh Jobe, 3 years, $24 million. I'm feeling really good about that. I know Josh Jobe is a polarizing player in this fan base. Some people like him. Some people don't like him so much. I'm a fan. I think he's good. I think that sometimes people think he's worse than he is simply because he's not as good as other corners on this team. That doesn't make him bad, and that doesn't make him anything that we should feel bad about having out on the field. Yes, he's not as good as Witherspoon. He's not the difference maker that Eman Wari is. He's not as clean in coverage as Woolen is capable of being, but he's a good player. He had a great Super Bowl. He was one of our best players in the Super Bowl in my mind. And you take a look at these other contracts that corners are getting this offseason. You take a look at these other guys that are getting signed and the money they're getting. I feel like we did really well here, guys. It's kind of like to me on the same level as the Drake Thomas contract. Maybe not quite that good, but 3 years, 24 million, 8 million per year for a guy that I view as a very good cornerback. And he's not great. I'm not going to say he's great. He's not on that level, but I would much rather give Josh Jobe 8 million a year than somebody like an Alontae Taylor 20 million a year or Cordell Flott 15 million a year. That's an easy one. You can win with players like Josh Jobe. If he's your number one corner, maybe not. If he's one of the best players on your defense, maybe not. But if he's part of your defense, yeah, definitely. So Josh Jobe back in Seattle, 3 years, $24 million. That's less than I thought he was going to get. I thought he was going to push up close to 9 or 10 million. I like it. Good player. I'm not going to try to convince anyone he's elite because he's not, but he can get the job done. And if you doubt that, go watch that Super Bowl again. I think he was one of our best players in that game. Okay, so we're on the board. Josh Jobe is back. So we're going to keep at least one of our valued free agents. Don't know about the rest. We'll see what happens the rest of the day. But Josh Jobe, welcome back. He's earned his money. I think we got a good deal. I'm excited. I'm happy. Let's keep it going, people. Go Hawks. Okay, so we're still probably going to draft a corner, but now we don't have to worry about signing somebody. We don't have to worry about playing the Marlon Humphrey game. We don't have to worry about forcing ourselves to draft a corner. Now we can just kind of play it. I'm a fan. I know that Josh Jobe is polarizing. But I think he's good. Okay, let me get the video up, guys. No, we could still go corner. We can still draft corner. We just now don't have to force it. And that's good. Yeah, what would you rather do? Give Jobe 8 million or give Alontae Taylor 20 million? Bills in talks with Shaheed? They already got DJ Moore. And they're pressed against the cap as is. Okay, let me take... Okay, who signed Alontae Taylor? Who did I miss? Who signed Alontae? I know he signed for 20 mil, but who signed him? Oh, Titans, okay. Okay, so Alontae Taylor comes off the list now. Promotes Jaquan Brisker to the screen. Not that I think we're going to do that, but I do like him. Yeah, Titans and Jets are going for it. I kind of understand the Titans. The Jets thing, though, I don't get. Because they still got Justin Fields, man. You need a quarter, get a real quarterback. Okay, J.K. Dobbins got 2 years from Denver. I don't know the money, though. Let me put that up. Yeah, 100% Jobe is worth that money. There's no way you can argue Jobe isn't worth that money. If you wanted to be a little more ambitious, okay, I can kind of understand that. But Jobe is worth that money all day, every day. No, that's tomorrow. I'm doing the joint stream tomorrow. Cameron Thomas to Falcons. Why higher on Odafe and Quiddy over Mafe? I'm just going by Spotrac projections. I'm just going by what Spotrac is predicting players are going to get. It's obviously imperfect, but anything I do would be. Who's Cameron Thomas? Is he a tight end or something? Oh, Mariota signed with the Commanders. Ah, defensive end. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, we saw I saw the John Franklin Myers thing was a little bit ago. Wondering where Woolen is going. Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of variance in that contract. I have no idea what he's going to get. Yeah, we've been financially prudent, Chris. We have been, but I don't know if that's going to satisfy people, but I do think these are definitely good deals. I like these players a lot. Like I know I always make the Benson Mayowa joke. To me, this is way better than Benson Mayowa. Hmm.
Saddest anime death.
Anthony Sandoval, thank you for the $2. Saddest anime death. Um, the last two episodes of the first arc of Sailor Moon when all the Guardians die, and then she has to bring them back at the end with the um moon crystal. I'm being kind of facetious, by the way. No, it's definitely Masato. Yeah, the Seahawks do have to spend money because of a rule. There are some other ways that they can spend money that aren't just spending money on outside, but still.
How much would you pay Reek if it's even an option now?
How much would you pay Reek if it's even an option now? 10 million a year, I guess. I don't know. At this point, it would just be weird to bring him back. I don't think he fits. I don't think we like him. I think he was just kind of like somebody we lived with for a little while. What are your top 3 animes? Evangelion, Sailor Moon. By anime, you mean a TV show, right? Then probably Death Note. Maybe something like the Persona 4 anime is up there. But I don't know if that really counts because it's an adaptation of a video game. Should there be more focus on the defensive line and edge for the draft? Edge, yes. Defensive line, no. I need to watch Attack on Titan. Yeah, 1 year 3.1 for Cameron Thomas. Oh, Lions, Larry Borum. Okay, let me get that one. Don't know the money. Don't know how much, but they got him.
My 4th off-season with you, Brendan. Go Hawks. Signing Jobe was great, now get Shaheed.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you for the $19.99. Appreciate that. And thank you for hanging with me after all this time. Seattle to draft multiple running backs. That would be hard. I think we're going to have to sign at least one. I don't know who. Oh.
Watch GTO, Golden Boy, Cyberpunk, Vinland Saga.
Is that Great Teacher Onizuka? I've known people who really liked Great Teacher Onizuka. Never watched it. Well, we don't know when Horton's going to come back. That's the thing. We don't know what's going on with Horton. Remember, he's not going to be able to do anything all spring. He might be really, really messed up from this injury. I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. We don't know what's going on with the Horton injury. It's already been kind of weird. How'd you feel about a receiver in the first round? Depends on which one it is. I'm not crazy about it offhand, but I would be open to it. Um,
Hope we get Shaheed.
Thank you, Princess Jessica, for the $2. Hope we get Shaheed. Well, the more time goes by, the more likely it is we get him. I don't get the sense that the bidding war is going crazy. Are our safeties asked to do a lot in a Mike McDonald defense? I mean, they're asked to be pretty ubiquitous in their role, right? They need to be able to play up and back.
At what point do you think we are safe from D'Lo retiring? It would be a huge loss and create a big need if he does.
Nate, that's one's tough. I would hope the team already knows his plan because we can't operate the way we need to in free agency if we don't know what D-Law is going to do. Like if we have free agency and we miss out on a bunch of guys and then D-Law retires, that could be a big problem. So hopefully the team already knows. Maybe we don't know, but if the team knows, it's fine. Yeah, really. Anyone left in tier one that you're interested in? I mean, Odafe always interesting to me. Should we go out and pay Becton or AVT? I think AVT is interesting. I think AVT
I
is
meant
pretty
Nick Cross
interesting.
on earlier chat.
I don't know
How much
about
for him?
Becton. I met Nick Cross on earlier chat. How much for him? He'd probably be, apparently he's going to be cheap. But the way these deals are going, is he going to be 10 million a year maybe? It's hard to know, man. Yeah, it's 345 if he hits his incentives, which is not a guarantee. Like, there's no guarantee he's going to hit his incentives. He's Ken Walker. Yeah, Clowney's very interesting. I like Clowney a lot. Did you see the Jalen Carter rumors? I did, but I can't imagine that happens. Yeah, Pacheco, I mean, maybe he could be okay as like a short-term Charbonnet replacement, but I'm not a big fan. You got to be careful what we expect there. If you knew D-Law is retiring, who would you want the Seahawks to go after as a replacement? I mean, in that case, you really might have to go get Cam Jordan or something. Somebody like that. Yeah, that's the thing, guys. Jalen Carter doesn't play the run. All right, guys, I'm starving. I've eaten very little today. I need to go figure out what I'm going to do for lunch. So I'm going to be gone for a little bit. We've been streaming for about 4 hours now. So that's great, but I do need to step away for a little bit to figure out what I'm going to eat. So thank you for coming out, everybody. If you guys need to go elsewhere for a little bit, that's cool. Thank you to everybody who's supporting. Thank you to everybody who's hanging out. And when I get back, some things will probably have happened. All right, guys, we are back. We are back, and I know that something happened. Hold on. All right, so unfortunately, I was away when this happened, but Boye Mafe did sign with the Bengals for a lot more than I thought he was going to get, but it makes sense, right? On some level, it makes sense. Okay, let's see here. The Raiders got Kwity Paye, I think. Okay, and Atlanta got Tua, so I'll throw that up there. Apparently it's for the minimum, so we'll just do like 1 year, $2 million, because I think that's about the minimum for him. Okay, Kwity Paye signed with the Raiders. Up to 60 million, okay. Well, if there are a lot of incentives in the deal, he may not reach them because if he couldn't put up big numbers as a contract on a contract year, don't know how he does it after he gets the contract. No hate to Mafe, I like him, but you know, Commanders got Owe. Wow, that was even more than I thought he'd get if true. Oh, they might. Oh, Jacksonville might trade Brian Thomas. I'd give up my first round pick for Brian Thomas. Oh, the Niners got Vidarian Lowe. That's a good move. I like that for them. And as expected, we don't have any comp picks, but we pretty much knew that. Oh, the Cowboys signed Jalen Thompson. Safety. He's pretty decent. Oh, 3 years, 33 for Jalen Thompson. I guess that's probably about pretty close to right. Yeah, wow. Well, unfortunately, that's probably going to push us out of third round comp pick territory because the Owe deal is bigger than any deal that we're likely to generate with our free agents. Unless Woolen goes crazy. We're probably shopping at fourth at best. They're not going to release him. They might trade him. No, Salt, it does count. Just not all of it does. Remember, this is cash, not cap space. So if we extend JSN and Spoon, it does count, but only a portion of it counts. And it's impossible for us to know how big that portion is because we don't know how much cash is going to be involved. So it's still a little bit nebulous. Oh, Case Keenum is still in the league. Wow. That's a pretty good deal. 2 years, 5.5. Packers released Elgton Jenkins. He's kind of interesting, man. Okay. I think we're caught up. Yeah, excuse me, guys. Sorry. Yeah, Dowdle's probably the best running back left. Okay, guys, let me record the Mafe video. All right, everybody, what is going on? Good afternoon. I just got back a few minutes ago from lunch, and while I was gone, we did have a little bit of Seattle Seahawks adjacent action. Unfortunately, or well, I don't want to say unfortunately because I don't think this is a bad thing at all, but we did lose another player, and this time it is Boye Mafe. Boye Mafe has signed with the Cincinnati Bengals, joining their defense, 3 years, 60 million. I guess it's up to 60 million. I don't know exactly what the deal is going to be, but it is up to $60 million on a deal. So pretty significant money, $20 million a year. That is the biggest contract that an outgoing Seahawks player has gotten so far. And overall, I do consider that to be pretty good news for us because we're probably going to get a pretty decent comp pick out of it. And hey, good for Boye Mafe, man. Didn't have a great contract year, didn't produce a ton, but his contributions on the top defense in the league and the team that won the Super Bowl have been recognized, and they have been rewarded. So I'm happy for him. I like Boye Mafe, but do I think he's worth 3 years, $60 million? No. What is he worth? I don't know. That's a little bit harder to tell. I know that edge rushers are going for a premium right now, but he got more money than Kwity Paye got, and I think Kwity Paye is probably a little bit of a better player than Boye Mafe. He got, I mean, less than Odafe Owe, but not that much less, and I think Odafe Owe is a significantly better player, so this is what happens sometimes. Your players that are good get evaluated as great because your team won the Super Bowl. And to me, Boye Mafe was one of the least impactful elements of our defense in 2025. There were many games where he was basically shelved. It seems like we didn't even want him out there unless we absolutely had to have him. And to me, he was a serviceable player, but he didn't become what we thought he was going to become here. And ultimately, when you can't even produce big numbers in a contract year, I don't see how I can trust that. So, not really a guy I wanted to bring back. Not really a guy that I thought was a long-term piece of this team. But we'll always have that Super Bowl, and he did play a role. He did play a role. So 20 million per year for Boye Mafe. Sound off on that one. I'm sitting pretty right now. Although I will say the edge rusher conversation is getting a little bit dicey. We are running out of guys, and we have a need there. We have potentially a massive need there, depending on what else happens. But we got problems. So don't mind letting Boye Mafe go. But what happens next? All right. See you guys later. Go Hawks. Everyone have a good rest of your day. Ooh, Gardner Minshew, who I think has a torn ACL, signed with the Cardinals. Wait, didn't Gardner Minshew tear his ACL? How is he getting an $8 million contract to start for the Cardinals? Am I missing something here? Okay, guys, that should be a pretty good comp pick. That should be at least a fourth rounder. I don't think it'll be a third, but it should be about a fourth. Oh, it wasn't torn. Okay. Well, okay, that's good. Okay. Any decent edge players left? Well, yeah, there definitely are. It's just they're coming off the board pretty quickly here. Hmm. Oh. Yeah, okay. Minshew. I think that's the latest. All right, so Maffe's off, which means getting promoted to the screen is Malcolm Kuntz. Jalen Thompson's off. Monteric Brown's off. Did I miss anybody else? I think we're caught up. Yeah, there's no way Woolen's back anymore. I don't even think it's working. I don't even think it's worth thinking about. I don't think we want him. I just don't think we really want him. I don't think we think he's that valuable. Shaheed is a different story, but there is no way Woolen. Okay. By the way, so what are the big contracts that have been handed out so far in open free agency, meaning one team, it goes from one team to another team? Jalen Phillips. So over 20 million a year. You got Jalen Phillips, Malik Willis, Linderbaum, Wandale Robinson. Yeah, we're not getting any third round picks unless Woolen goes for a ridiculous price. Yeah. Oh, Quiddy Pay. Yeah. You're right. Let me get those guys off. I forgot. There we go. My bad, guys. I forgot. Yeah, Odafe too. Yeah, we're not getting any third rounders, I don't think. Woolen would have to be like 10 million a year or something. I think we're going to get quite a few fourth round picks, but I don't think we're going to get any thirds. Impossible to imagine at this point because Hendrickson can still get a ton of money. Wright can get a ton of money. There are probably some guys that I didn't even list that could get a ton of money. Like there, I don't think we're getting thirds. We can get fourths. Maybe we get thirds for Aiden Dirty. I didn't put Tyreek Hill on the list because I don't think he's worth thinking about. There's no way. Not in a million years. Ooh, Tim Settle, 3-year 24. That seems like a lot. Tim Settle goes back to Washington, 3 years, 24. I don't even know if Tyreek Hill is going to play football again. I'm not going to put Greenard in tier 2. He's not a free agent. It's a different consideration. Unless he got cut. He didn't get cut, did he? Do you like Brisker? Yeah, Brisker's good. No, that was the arm of the microphone swinging, actually. That was this. What do you know about Chison from the Patriots? He's like a big stunting guy. All he does is stunt and twist. So I don't know how well that works. I would love to trade for Achan, but I have no idea if he's on the block or not, so it's hard to really speculate on that. Natron Brooks signs exclusive rights tender with Falcons. That's not really noteworthy. So can the Raiders still afford Shaheed? They're starting to push it. Honestly, that Jobe contract is one of the best contracts today, I think. Like, I think that Josh Jobe contract might be, maybe it's the best contract that's been given out today in terms of value. Like, he's good. I know that people know he's not great, and some people hold that against him too much, but not that bad. Hmm. Jobe's coverage numbers are really good. Apparently, Brissett is going to start at quarterback and Minshew's going to be the backup. No, Minshew's a good backup quarterback, I guess, but
Only 20 million a year for Mafe? What a steal, smiley face emoji.
Ethan, thank you for the $1.99. Yeah, I look, edge rushers are expensive. That's really all I can say about it. Edge rushers are pricey. So this is just the new normal. That's really all I can think about. That's really the only way I can put it in a way that makes sense. Yeah, Brissett's still on the Cardinals, I guess. I don't think he's a free agent. All right, guys. Just to do it one more time, now that we're in the second half of the day pretty firmly here. Thank you, everybody. We got like 600 people on the stream right now. If you haven't already, please like the stream. Helps it out. Subscribe if you're new and you like daily Seahawks content. Trying to get to 22,000 subscribers by the end of the draft, probably. If you want to go above and beyond that, you can become a channel member for $2, $5, or $15 a month by clicking the join button. You can also donate via the $ button in the super chat area. The chat itself. You can super chat. You can tip via the link in the description. You can join the Patreon. There are many ways to support. Thank you for whatever support you can give. Ty Simpson will be the Cards quarterback. Are they really going to reach that hard? That is so bad. Oh, and by the way, welcome back, David. I haven't seen you around in a while. How you doing? I don't think we're keeping Woolen. I don't think Mike likes him. D. Alford to the Bills. What tier do you have Woolen? It's based off money, so he's in tier 3, I think. It's just based off money projections, which may be inaccurate. D. Alford. I don't know much about D. Alford, but he got almost the same deal that Jobe got. And I don't think he's anywhere near as good as Jobe. Maybe I'm wrong about that. If I'm wrong about that and you guys think so, let me know in the chat. I feel like getting Jobe for 1 million more than D. Alford got is pretty fragging good. No, I have Woolen in tier 4, although, again, I actually think he'll get paid more than that. I just went with the Spotrac stuff. I didn't want to get too subjective and think too hard about it because nothing you do is going to make it perfect anyway. What comp picks do you project for the players we lost? I think we're looking at 4ths, maybe a 5th. Again, it's all relative to what other teams do, and we've already seen some really big contracts. The Odafe Owe contract is big. Malik Willis is bigger than probably anything we're going to do or get for these other players. Jalen Phillips, of course. Alec Pierce doesn't count because he stayed with his team, but Linderbaum counts. John Franklin Myers, there's another one. So I don't think we're getting any thirds, which is unfortunate, but it's not surprising. Do we trade 32 and get more picks and snag a corner in the draft? Well, maybe. That may be the play. Comp picks right now are 2/5 and run 4th. I'm assuming that's based off of a projection, right? Who's doing that? Is that over the cap doing it? Uh, Let me see if Over the Cap is doing it yet. I think they've done it previously. Yeah, I don't get the Jalen Phillips thing. I don't think he's that good. Okay, the Giants got Jermaine Elamunor, 3 years, 39. That Abe Lucas contract looking better and better in my book. You think Rasheed stays with Seattle? It's looking more and more likely. He may end up not getting what he thought he was going to get, and he'll just come back. Okay, yeah, we're currently projected to get a 4th for Mafe, a 5th for Walker, and a 5th for Coby. Let me see here. But we got to be careful. We sign players, we risk losing those comp picks. But that's pretty decent, man. And Ken Walker's very close to 4th, so I don't want to completely rule it out that he's able to get bumped up here. And I think Woolen will give us at least another 5th. Outside chance of a 4th. No, Bobo hasn't been lost. We just didn't tag him. Or tender him or whatever. We're probably still going to re-sign Bobo, guys. Hmm. What's the determining factor for Walker to go from a 4th to a 5th? Well, it's just a matter of bigger contracts being given out to free agents that go from one team to another. So, for instance, the fact that Kwity Paye got the contract that he got bumped Walker's comp pick down. Lions released Taylor Decker, I think. Yeah. Kind of surprised Trey hasn't signed anywhere. I wonder if teams don't really know what to make of Trey. Just think about it. Like, how do you know what Trey Hendrickson's worth when he had the run that he had in Cincinnati, but then he didn't really do anything last year? Yeah, you really can't play like McDonald's defense It's not like Pete's defense where it's actually really straightforward. You know, you can't just do Mike's defense by trying to copy it on tape. Can we trade a 7th for DeMarcado from Arizona? Well, we don't have a 7th, but we have a 6th, which is basically a 7th because our pick is so low. I don't know much about DeMarcado, though. I mean, I know who he is. I don't know if I value him more than somebody like Keaton Mitchell, though. So who do you think they are targeting? It seems like they like Brian Robinson Jr., which obviously isn't super fun, but, you know, sometimes things aren't completely fun. And I think we're trying to bring Shaheed back, but we're waiting for him to bring his offer down. All right, yeah, Kelsey's officially back, but we knew that. Darius Williams officially retired, which we already knew about that. Was he the guy who dropped the ball before he crossed the line of scrimmage? Yeah, it was. Well, the numbers look really good, actually. I don't know much about him, but I mean, look, things are about to get a little bit desperate at running back here, so I'm open to a lot of different things. Amari DeMarcado, maybe. I'm not going to close my mind to it for sure. Broncos re-sign Alex Singleton. Wow, they actually did it. Broncos fans hate that guy. 2-year, 15.5. I don't know about that. What's the Seahawks plan with Jalen Milroe? Well, I don't think they thought Darnold would be this good. I think that Milroe was kind of the secession plan, but now you're not going to have a secession plan from a quarterback that just won the Super Bowl and is still younger than Joe Burrow. Yeah, Raiders signed Quiddy. I saw that. I didn't really want Quiddy that much anyway. I know he's valuable. I know he's good, but I didn't want Quiddy pay that much. Man, why? Okay, I understand that you got to be able to look yourself in the mirror, but why is Kelsey getting a $12 million deal? He's not really good anymore. HTG, thank you for the basic level membership. Appreciate it. Welcome aboard. I trust John that he will do his job, but boy, does it suck seeing that a lot of our players are going. It's just hard for me to get upset about losing like Coby and Mafe. The Walker one kind of hurts, but I do believe Walker's somewhat replaceable. Would you pay Nashon Wright? I don't know. Not I don't know if you need to go that hard on it, especially not now that you have Joe back, but he's still on the list just because. Like, I know Kelsey still puts up numbers, but that's because they keep throwing him the ball. He's actually kind of a disaster and has been for a couple years now. Champ, thank you for the basic level membership. Welcome aboard. Yeah, I'd love to keep Shaheed. That one, it'll hurt to see Shaheed go. I get it, but it's not going to be fun. Bills officially released Taylor Rapp. Would you sign him for a year at low cost? Yeah, I like Taylor Rapp. Would be a good third safety. How old is Taylor Decker, by the way? Is he at the point where he might accept being a backup? We need a swing tackle. I don't know how old he is, though. Yeah, 32. That might be at the age where you're not really, like, super dependable as a starter anymore. I don't know. Maybe. I'd love Josh Jones, but I think he's going to be too expensive. Remember, he can't start for us. Somebody might sign Josh Jones as, like, a bridge starter and give him more money than we can. That is kind of how it goes. How do you feel about Rachaad White? I think he's a pass-catching back. I don't know if that's really what we need. Yeah, Aaron Jones is nice. Yeah, the health is the problem. Did we get any good picks for these players? Well, it looks like we're going to get some. We just don't know exactly what yet. It's a little early to make that assumption, to make that judgment. Yeah, I don't think Bose is the guy. He's a 4-3 guy. I do like Rico. Rico's interesting. Renane, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. We drafting a running back in the first 3 rounds? I would expect that, Key. I would expect to, but I guess you never really know. Broncos sign Nate Adkins. Pretty minor, but... Oh, the Steelers got Asante Samuel Jr. I forgot he existed. 1 year, $4 million. Did his leg fall off or something? Rice at pick 32. That feels too early. I would have a hard time getting excited for that. Do you think we would ever trade up for anyone? Probably not in the first, especially not in this draft. Yeah, we're not getting Love. Stop. Love is going to be gone by like pick 8. Yeah, kind of crazy so far, outside, upside. John doesn't trade up in the first. That's not really his style. The Jags want a second and a fourth for BTJ. I'd give up my first. It's the 32nd pick in a bad draft, and Brian Thomas is lame. Yeah, he'll trade up in the second round. He won't. I don't think he's ever traded up in the first round. Ever. And I gotta believe that if he'd ever be willing to do it, it would probably be for a quarterback, and that's not on the table. Man, Kate Otten got 3 years, 30 million. That doesn't feel right. Maybe he's better than I think. I don't know. Something about that doesn't sit well with me. Yeah, guys, the Kenny McIntosh thing might be over. Too many injuries. We're not going to be able to trade up for a running back. Love is going to go way too high. That's not something that can happen. Are there any players in particular you would like us to go after? I mean, I like the idea of like Jadeveon Clowney or Von Miller or Cam Jordan, one of these veteran edge rushers. I think we just need more gas in that room. Any update on Bleacher Report streams? I'm mostly posting pre-recorded videos over there now. I haven't streamed on Bleacher Report since the end of the season. But yeah, I'm still doing stuff over there. And if Miami offered you Achane in a 5th for the second rounder, would you accept? Yes. Definitely. Bears, DeMarco Jackson. I think that's a linebacker, but I'm not sure. Hey, Patty Daddy. I don't think Rico's going to be that expensive. Yeah, I guess. I guess technically that's more accurate. Catter Island, the kicker, Cardinals. Okay. Ooh, the Broncos released Dre Greenlaw. Oh, well, that was a disaster. I wonder if the Niners get him back. Wow, that's actually kind of a big one. Dowdle, 2 years, 18 million. Would you do it? Probably not. That's way too much. I don't think, like, Dowdle's good. He's not that good. Yeah, the Greenlaw thing surprises me. I thought he was sticking. I don't know what Denver's doing, man. They need to play this a little bit harder. Yeah, I don't know what the Broncos are doing here, honestly. They're not going for anything big. And yeah, I don't understand what Denver's doing here, man. I don't think Pacheco really plays like Walker that much. K9 is worth 40, but Dowdle's not worth 18. I don't think Dowdle's that great. I think he's I would go a little bit under that maybe, but no. Ooh, Trevor Penning, Chargers. Like, be careful with Rico Dowdle. He's not that much better than just like replacement level. Trevor Penning re-signs with the Chargers, so that's new. Mm. So the Broncos re-signed Alex Singleton and let Dre Greenlaw go. Like, I don't I don't get it. Yeah, Dowdle 215. Yeah, that might work. Yeah, and like the Panthers were not actually a good running team last year, even though they had decent yards. Like, be cautious about that. Like, EPA thought they were a pretty bad running team, and I think that's telling. Greg Dulcich back to Miami. That's not bad. I don't hate that. Cam Taylor Britt 338. Not anymore. Now that we signed Joby, or yeah, Jobe. Excuse me. I don't think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Penning's not good, but he's a reasonable backup, I guess. How much money do we have after Jobe contract? It doesn't really matter that much. I don't know exactly, but it's not going to be a problem. I can't answer that though without knowing how much his contract is structured to pay out that first year. Yeah, I think Hendrickson's a 4-3 guy. I think he needs to play with his hand in the dirt. 52 for ETN, worst deal. I'm not a fan of that one, that's for sure. I don't understand that one very well. The Mafe one I kind of understand just because he's an edge rusher. I don't understand the ETN thing at all. And honestly, I think Jalen Phillips isn't that great. Who are your main offensive options? I mean, honestly, I still really like the idea of trying to bring Shaheed back. He might cost less than we were thinking. Yeah, Bradford's probably the starter in 2026. I don't see any way he's not. The team likes Bradford, remember. We can say whatever we want to say about Bradford. The team seems to think he's good. How does Cincinnati even have money? Well, they let a lot of players go other than their top three. Yeah, I don't. The Greenlaw thing surprises me. No, dude. Now Greenlaw's going to go back to the Niners. I don't know how I feel about that. Hey, Empower, how are you doing? Good to see you. Ooh, Noah Fant signs with the Saints. Noah Fant, the homie. Don't know the money yet, but it's a 2-year deal. I think there's a decent chance we get Shaheed. Woolen's gone. I don't think we want Woolen. I think Mike doesn't like him that much. Just worked with him for a little while. But I don't think he's a big fan.
Appreciate your time and efforts this time of year. Last year felt like a dark time getting Darnold. Trust the process, y'all. Red heart emoji.
Thank you, Big Patty Daddy, for the $4.99. Yeah, I'm pretty fine right now, honestly. I don't see anything here that has me concerned. I like the way things are going so far, except for the running back thing. Greenlaw's a linebacker. Greenlaw's a linebacker. Maybe he never made it all the way back from the injury. I'm still surprised Denver went one and done on him, though. Yeah, okay. Nothing since Noah Fant. Who's your favorite outside option on offense and defense? Defense, it's probably like Clowney or something. Offense. Offense is tough. It might be Rico Dowdle just because of necessity, but I honestly don't love it that much. The Keaton Mitchell thing's appealing. People have been telling me about that. Yeah, I'm open to pretty much anything at this point in power because we're kind of desperate there, but I think it's going to be Brian Robinson Jr., and I guess that's okay. I'm not crazy about it, but I think it'll be serviceable. Yeah, Nathan, I think that would be a great deal for Shaheed. I'd be surprised if he was that cheap, honestly. 6th round pick for Nick Chubb. I think Chubb's a free agent. I'm pretty sure you can get Chubb for free. And I would do Chubb, but he can't be a huge part of the offense. How big a hole is cornerback, though? We brought back Jobe. Like, we brought Jobe back. I don't think corner's that big of a hole. I think we could still add one, but I don't think that Jobe is a not seeing anything else. We're chill right now, people. Rashad White or Pacheco. We could try to piece together the running back room like that. I don't hate it. It's not going to be as fun as last year, but it could be effective. Well, we need depth at safety. We have no backups at safety anymore. Like, who's our third safety right now? It's probably Eman Wari, who isn't a safety, really, for us. Nick Cross would be sick as the Coby replacement. I do like Nick Cross. How do you feel about Brisker and his concussions? I mean, not great, but if the player wasn't flawed, he probably wouldn't be available, right? Um, I still am intrigued by the Brian Thomas idea too, but it might be too much. Oh. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I don't think John Schneider's actually asleep. I know it's a joke, but, it's very unlikely that that's happening. Chubb is still a free agent, to my knowledge.
Great work during the Super Bowl run and all the off-season maneuvers.
Thank you, Outside Upside. Thank you for the $5. I do what I can. I try. Thank you, Caesar. Yeah, we're still caught up, people. Nothing else going on. Things are chill. We made a move, Eric. What are you talking about? We re-signed Josh Jobe. Any edge guys you'd want to bring in? Oh, a ton. Mostly the older guys. Clowney, Von Miller, Cam Jordan. There's some other guys too. Plenty. But no studs. Khalil Mack is out of here.
Brendan the Goat, Goat emoji.
Crypto Hawk, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. No, I don't want Debo. I don't think Debo has much left. He's a tight end. Mm. I think Evans is going to die on San Francisco. Shanahan is going to overuse him and he'll be dead in week 7. The money isn't too bad on that deal, actually. It's a lot better than what I saw earlier he was going to get, but it's like, I don't know. He needs to go somewhere where he won't get run into the ground, and I don't know if that place is San Fran. Remember, they got no Kittle this year. Hmm. Hmm. Thoughts on Ebiketie? He's kind of like a poor man's Mafe. Oh, no, I shouldn't say that. He's actually like basically exactly Boye Mafe, but he'll be
They
cheaper,
can
so I
take
don't mind
everything
that.
from us, but what they can take away is the greatest play caller of all time. He goes by the name Mike MF McDonald, so relax.
Thank you, Harnor. Appreciate the super chat. And yeah, there is some validity to that, but we have seen this defense when it doesn't have good players with McDonald, it's still bad. The first half of the year in 2024, the defense sucked because we didn't have the right players. Uh, Right.
How do you feel about Rachel at White?
Miguel Rodriguez, thank you for the $1.99. I think White is more of a pass catching back than he is a true running back. And he's not very fast to my knowledge, so I'm not enamored with that. Hmm. This year's running back class isn't great, but nothing about this draft class is all that great. When are you getting off tonight? Probably 5, like I usually do. It's going to be about 5.
If you were making decisions, how would you solve our RB issue?
Miguel Rodriguez, thank you for the $4.99. I'd probably just trade for Achan. Like, what do I care about having picks in this crappy draft? And you can probably get Miami to part with them. What are your thoughts on Sean Tucker? That's kind of compelling. That's not a bad idea. We're going to have to be creative here. So why not? Linderbaum, the highest paid so far? No, Phillips got more. No, I'm still doing this full time. Dean to Raiders? Oh, Nakobe Dean. Okay. Yeah, the Raiders are really going to be out on Shaheed now. There's no way they can afford that. What are they asking for Achan? I don't know. I don't even know if he's for sale, but that's who I would be going after. Would you give up pick 32 for Achan? I don't think you need to. You could give up your second and maybe throw in a little bit more. Raiders throwing money around. They sure are. Ooh, Quay Walker, Raiders. Would you take Stephon Diggs? Not really. I think I can do better than that. Okay, Quay Walker. No idea on the money there? I don't see anything about money yet. Yeah, they got both. Yeah, Mafe might do a little bit better on the Bengals, but part of the reason why that is because the Bengals are bad, and he's probably going to play more, and he's probably going to QB hunt a little bit more. Like, it was a good setup for Mafe last year. We were always playing with the lead. I mean, there's no way we cut Nwosu at this point. It depends on if we feel like we need the money later. Maybe we're just waiting until we have to make a decision. Mm. $336 for Dean. Yeah, we had that. I don't know what the Quay Walker one is, though. Joe Mixon's cooked. 3 years, 40 for Quay Walker. Wow, that's a lot of money to spend on linebackers. Cordell Volson signs with the Titans. Yeah, I don't know where Woolen goes. I just don't feel like we want him. I just don't feel like we really covet him that much. I think that he doesn't fit what we do. I'd be okay with the right guard. I don't think we need a center. I don't think center makes sense. Right guard makes a little more sense to me, but I don't think we're going to do either. Would you take Woolen for 1 year, $6 million? Yeah, if it's up to me, yeah, 100%. Would you sign Rico to a 2-year deal? Yeah. I mean, usually those 2-year deals have an easy out after one anyway. Giants sign Isaiah Hodgkins, 1-year deal. I don't know how big a deal that is. Yeah, Von Miller would be interesting. Oh, Raiders got Kuntz back. Okay. Okay, let me take Kuntz off the board here. Are the Raiders winning free agency so far? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'd say it like that, but I guess you can make the argument. I think they overpaid like crazy for some of these guys, but they are getting some good players, I guess. I struggle with that. Would you take a chance on Vera Tucker? I might. Yeah, for the right price, I would take a chance
Keep
on
up
Vera
the good
Tucker.
work, Brendan. Been watching you for years.
Super Gringo, thank you for the $20. Appreciate the support. Yeah, Malcolm Kuntz, 1-year, 11. I see it. That's not bad, actually. I'd rather have Kuntz at 11 million than Mafe for 20. We have money to spend if we want to spend it. Don't even trip. Don't trip. Do not trip.
Do you think we have a shot at Myles Garrett?
Thank you for the $10. I don't think Garrett can get traded on that contract. I think that contract is pretty untradeable. I don't see Garrett being on the table. Thoughts on Jobe signing? I made a video about it earlier, but I think it's a great signing. I'm a fan.
The Seahawks are world champs.
When we'll get it done. Thank you for the big $75 super chat. Thank you so much. I do the best that I can. I appreciate it. Thank you for your support, Quinn. We'll get it done. Yeah, the Garrett thing is complicated. I'd be willing to do it, but I don't think it's feasible. I think his contract is too messy.
The Seahawks are world champs.
Oh, wow. Super Gringo. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. I appreciate that so much. Super Gringo, thank you so much, man.
WHT, do you think of Kamari Ramsey or AJ Halsey?
What do you I don't know very much about AJ Halsey. I do like Ramsey. I don't think he tested great, but on the field he does look good. I could see Ramsey being a Seahawk for sure. I like Kamari Ramsey. If we want a safety in the draft, that's a pretty good one. Oh, Kenny Pickett, Panthers. But yeah, thank you so much, Super Gringo. I really appreciate that. Hold on. Okay, Pickett 1-8. We'll just call it 1-8. I know it's 7.5. We'll round up. I just got blocked on my credit card for that last one. Huh. That's weird. Don't know what to say about that. I don't think I've ever had that happen to me. Oh, that's probably good, right? Because it like shows that the whatever service you use is actually watching. Oh, Shaheed. We got Shaheed back. 3 years, 51. Okay. So first we're going to get rid of him off the board. And then we're going... That is $17 million a year. That is still higher than I thought we would go for him. I didn't think we'd go that high. Okay, wow. That's I'm okay with that. I'm not against it. I know it's pricey. Maybe it's a tiny bit more than I wanted, but I'm okay with it. All right. Video getting recorded now. All right, everybody. Good afternoon. We are here on stream for about another hour and a half, and I think most of us thought we were going to be chilling the rest of the day. Not a lot would be going on. Not the case. The Seattle Seahawks have just made another significant move. They have re-signed one of their own again, and it's kind of nice being able to re-sign your own because it doesn't affect compensatory picks. Obviously, it cuts down on what you're able to really do, but the Seattle Seahawks have decided, after what seemed to be a pretty strong indication from the team that they were moving on, they are bringing back Rasheed Shaheed. They have re-signed Rasheed Shaheed on a 3-year, $51 million deal. And I got to be honest, that's more than I thought we were going to be willing to pay him. I thought that it looked for all the world like we were going to let Shaheed go and then maybe bring him back for $15 million a year at most if he couldn't get more than that elsewhere. So 3 years, $51 million to Shaheed. We'll have to see how the contract breaks out exactly. We don't know the exact makeup of the deal yet. But $17 million a year is a little bit higher than I thought we would go. Now, I'm okay with it. I like Shaheed. I think he's a good player. It's maybe a tiny bit more than I was looking to go, but not by enough to make me really care that much. I think he is a unique talent, has unique skills. What he does as a returner is very valuable, and I think he's a good receiver, and you just need to work him into the offense in the right way, and he will be very impactful in a way that he wasn't necessarily in 2025. So I like Shaheed. I did want to keep him. I had made my peace with not keeping him. It looked like he was gone, but things broke our way just enough. 3 years, 51 million, so 17 million per year. This first year is probably going to be a little bit light. And then next year, 2027, Cooper Kupp is gone. Shaheed becomes kind of your full-time number 2, or at least number 2 in terms of volume. And then you've got you've got a nice little setup here, not just now, but for the future. You also don't need to do a wide receiver anymore. You don't really need to draft one. You don't really need to sign another one. You're good at receiver unless you want to rotate things around on the back end, which is still possible, but I like the fact that we retained Shaheed. I didn't want to give up those draft picks for half a year if I could avoid it. I'm good. I'm not saying it's an amazing deal because it's not. I'm surprised we went this high. I would have liked to have gone just a tiny bit lower, but so it is. So it is. And I don't think we're going to regret this. This is a unique player here. All right. See you guys later. Go Hawks. Rasheed Shaheed, 3 years, 51 million. He's a Seahawk. What do you think?
Hi, but getting it at the 35 every time is nice.
Hi, but getting it at the 35 every time. Yeah, thank you, McLeodart, for the $1.99. Yeah, and I expect him to be a good receiver for us. I really do. I don't think that this is going to be a situation where he's just a return man who catches like one big play every month. He's more than that to me. Hmm. And I think he makes life easier for our running game as well. Because I think our run game benefits from having a guy like him out there that forces the defense to play a certain way. So I'm good with it. It's not an amazing deal. I'm not going to act like it is, but it's fine. We thought he was going to get more. Remember, they were saying 18, 19, 20 million. I would have been fine. I said 16, and I kind of drew the line there. This is 17, so whatever. Remember, guys, the cap never stops going up. Yeah, we don't need Conception anymore. How did Pickett make more than 2? Well, remember, 2 is making so much money from the Dolphins. He doesn't necessarily need to try to squeeze every dollar he can out of the Falcons. Oh, the Cardinals signed LJ Collier. That's fun. Okay, so that's all the big Seattle free agents except Woolen, right? Everybody is either gone or here again. By the way, everyone's getting a 3-year deal. Kind of funny. Well, I think Bobo would have done those things by now, Don Steeler. He was on the team for 2 years and had the opportunity to get reps when players were injured, and he just didn't do anything. Yeah, LJ's been on the cards. Yeah, I think Shaheed's a better receiver than people are giving him credit for just because he couldn't really feel out the offense. And, he couldn't, in fairness, and maybe that just means he's not that good, but I think he was better than that with New Orleans. Okay, I like it, guys. I like this. Comp picks. We're still looking fine on comp picks. We've got like a setup with a 4th and 2/5, I think, and that can change. We're probably going to add another one when Woolen goes. Even Josh Jones could give us a comp pick. Like, don't rule that out. All right, Shaheed. I like it.
More Shaheed more than more Bobo.
Thank you for the $10, Tim Cole. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Bobo thing is fun, but
I never thought we would go to 17 million for Rasheed. I like the move. Need RB and an edge. Who are your favorites? Free agent or draft?
Thank you for the $5, Nate. Rico Dowdle's probably the best running back left. He's not a great fit. Brian Robinson Jr. People are talking about Keaton Mitchell. That one's kind of intriguing. I could be okay with that. And in the draft, Mike Washington Jr. and Demond Claiborne are the main guys I'm keeping an eye on here. What corner do we sign since Woolen gone? Al, I think we draft somebody. I think we draft somebody in the first. Hmm. Reek gone? Well, not officially yet, but I think he will be. Yeah, I think Brian Thomas Jr., you can close the door on that, and that's fine. It was a pipe dream anyway. But that is somebody I would have given up my first round pick for. Is Horton healthy yet? No, not even close. In fact, they've already said that Horton is not expected to do any physical activity really during spring. I think that's part of the reason why they're doing it. Remember, this might seem like an overpay now. It's not going to seem like an overpay in a year. I'm not that worried about it. Now, you could say the same about Walker, maybe, but the thing with Walker is he's a running back, and the league has proven time and time again most running backs are replaceable. Do you think we keep Nwosu? I mean, at this point, we might just say we don't need the money, so we may as well. We're paying him a bunch of money anyway. Hmm. We're not going to give up our first for Brian Thomas Jr. now. I would have done it if we needed a receiver, but now we don't. Have you seen either Zombieland movie? I saw the first one. That was good. I liked the first one. I never saw the second one. Can you show the best available? Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna get. I don't know if we need corner anymore. I think we need corner in the draft. I don't think we're gonna sign another one. Sean Tucker's interesting. I think it's important to note that Cup is probably not going to be only going to be here another year. Something to keep in mind. Probably going to end up being the Shaheed deal will probably end up being more of a 2-year deal. Why is Nahshon right in tier 1? Because Botrack thinks he's going to get a monster contract, so I just decided to roll with that. Because anything I do is going to be imperfect, so I may as well just go with what Botrack says, because they're usually good. Even if they obviously make mistakes.
Vegas going all in on free agency is hilarious, lol.
Hey, Daniel Bailey, well, then I guess there's nothing really else they can do. They got a lot of money to spend. They got to spend it. I get it.
Brandon, thoughts on Alvin Kamara or trade up for Jeremiah Love?
I feel like Kamara's washed, but it is kind of an interesting idea, and Love is going to be gone way too early. There's no way we're going to trade up to get him. That's not even worth talking about. Could Cup be moved in a coaching spot? Yeah, maybe in a future, maybe next year. Maybe next year, not this year. He wants to play this year, it looks like. And we're still going to pay him a lot of money, even if he does retire now. Are you scared of Suamalo to the Cards? I don't know why I would be. I don't know why I would be concerned about that. Like, he's a decent enough player, but it doesn't really mean much to me. $34.7 of the 551 million guaranteed. Yeah, probably going to be easy to get out of after the second year. Roy Lopez signed with the Cardinals. 2 years, $12 million. Okay, let's see here. So, Arizona's busy. All right, I think the board is now updated. I think we're caught up. Would you sign Wyatt Teller for right guard? Probably not. It'd have to be a lot cheaper than I'm expecting. Oh, Reed Blankenship? Okay. He was not really good last year, but he's not a bad player. Would you spend a second on Achan or Greenard? Yeah, I think so. Our second is not very good. It's just not a very good second round pick, so why not? Who's made the best moves this offseason? I don't know. Some of the stuff the Titans are doing seems okay. Other parts of it I don't like. It's tough right now for me to evaluate that. I'm not worried about JSN versus any corner, really. He can do his thing. I'm not worried about it. Cole Jojo, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. My thing with the Raiders is I feel like they're overpaying almost everybody. So I don't know how much I like it, even though they probably have to do it. Yeah, I think we really wanted to keep Coby and just couldn't make it happen. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take another short break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Um, and we'll wrap up the last hour or so of the day, see if anything happens. Oh, Nate Pad, Von Miller, Cam Jordan, Ebby Ketty's kind of interesting. There are some guys. I'm not worried about it. Even a guy like Dante Fowler. All right, be right back. Okay. Welcome back, people. What did I miss? Oh, Kendrick Bourne to the Cardinals. Okay. Man, Arizona made a ton of moves at the end of the day here. That's not a bad deal for Kendrick Bourne. That's actually not bad. I don't mind that at all. Okay. So, let's see here. Did I miss anything else? Oh, Titans and Austin Schlottman. I don't know who that is. No, I don't really want Dre Greenlaw. And I don't know how much we really overpaid Shaheed. If we overpaid Shaheed, it was by very, very little. But yes, I'm sure Cup's imminent retirement plays a role. Do you think the Seahawks are done today? I'm wondering if we're going to start putting tags on some of these restricted guys.
Who do you think the Hawks have their eye on?
Who do you think thank you, Adaxon. It sounds like Brian Robinson. That seems to be the in vogue suspicion. No, Trey Greenlaw's still out there. They're saying we're going to get Brian Robinson.
New contract for Agent Need if we trade for him?
Nate, thank you for the $2. That's the question. You don't have to. You could do the Davion Clowney thing. You trade for him and say, hey, you got to prove it. You could do that. That's not unreasonable. I mean, the thing is, guys, we don't even know what the makeup of these contracts are. So anything I say about cap space is going to be pure speculation because I don't even know what the cap hit is. Oh, Dane Belton. Okay. He wasn't a bad idea for a depth safety. That's actually a pretty good cost. I don't mind that at all. We don't know about the comp picks for sure. Right now, it looks like we've got a 4th and 2/5, but it's not clear. Running back situation now is getting a little destitute. I can't even lie. Giants signing Ardarius Washington to a 1-year deal. Okay. Not a big deal, but that is a Harbaugh guy. Pacheco is a free agent. Yeah, he's just not that good. Quinnen Williams to the Browns? What? Quinnen Williams is on the Cowboys. He's not a free agent, is he? How could Quinnen Williams... Did Quinnen Williams get traded? I've seen multiple people say that now. But I'm not seeing it anywhere. No, I'm not really on TikTok that much, Seahawks edits. Oh, the linebacker. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. Oh, Rico's gone. Rico is gone. Steelers sign Rico Dowdle. No deets yet. But Rico Dowdle is off of the market. Rico Dowdle is off the board. Okay. So, things are getting a little bit thin at running back, man. I don't know what we do, but whatever we do is going to have to be a little bit patched together, man. Now, I wasn't a big fan of Rico. I didn't like Rico that much, but he was probably the best that was left. Hmm. No indication what Rico got money-wise. If it's super cheap, people are going to be annoyed. Hmm. What would it cost us to trade for Achane? Probably something like our second round pick. I'd say second round pick or something. Bears signed Braxton Jones for way more than I thought he was going to get. I liked him as a swing tackle, but not for that amount of money. Not. Okay. Lei Chen, thank you for the $1 super chat. Appreciate it. You know what I just realized? For some reason, super stickers don't show up in the tracker. So the tracker should actually have 10 more dollars in it than it does. We got a running back? I don't see anything. I think Bosa would be like probably 12 million a year, 13 million a year, but I don't want him that much. Is the Shaheed re-sign a good deal? I think it's fine. I'm not going to say it's a good deal and like we got him for cheap, but I think it's fine. I don't think it's a big deal at all. I'm totally cool with it. I'm fine with it, you know? Mm. Mhm. Johnny Munt got released. I don't know too much about him. Yeah, Najee Harris is still a free agent. Woolen is still available. I just cannot imagine us bringing him back, man. I just don't see it. How big a move is it for Dallas to add Gray? Which Gray are you talking about? Hold on. Yeah, I don't think I know who you're talking about. I've only seen Dallas make one signing today. Oh, are you talking about Rashawn Gary? I don't know why they traded for him, but Gary's a pretty decent player. Seemed unnecessary to trade.
Should we go after Elton Jenkins?
Thank you, Adaxon. I'd be kind of interested in that because he's versatile. He can play all over the line. He can be like a utility player. Does Najee Harris only have one eye? I'm not sure what's going on there. Would Jonathan Grenard be a good fit for us? I think so. I would say so. There's no market for Woolen. Not necessarily. I mean, I think there's a market for Trey Hendrickson, but he hasn't signed yet either, so gotta let it play out. Christian Harris to Falcons. Is that the linebacker? I feel like I know that name. Yeah, I mean, Hendrickson, I don't know if he even fits the defense that well. I like Travis Homer, but he's mostly a third down back. I don't know if that's really what we're looking for here. I don't know. We don't need a linebacker. Greenlaw's a linebacker, an off-ball guy. I don't know what that does for us. Yeah, Dowdle signed with Pittsburgh.
Who are the best RB, CB and RT available for us?
Lei Chen, thank you for the $2. Well, running back at this point, you could argue the best running back left is Brian Robinson, but according to Spotrac, the best remaining running back is hold on. Wow, it's thin. Joe Mixon. And then Michael Carter. And then Brian Robinson. So that cornerback.
Are we still contenders? Or where do you rank us?
Cornerback, Nashawn Wright's the best left, but we don't need him anyway. Cam Taylor, Britt, Greg Newsome are also there. Right tackle, I'm not worried about right tackle. Maybe Trey Pipkins for us would be fine. Adaxton, thank you for the $1.99. We're still contenders. I don't know why we wouldn't be. The foundation of the team is still kind of where it was before. I don't think things have radically changed. Maybe a little bit, but not in the way people are talking about. Yeah. Najee would be super cheap, but you're going to get what you pay for probably. Hmm. Yeah, guys, don't forget, E-Man Wari might be a corner for us now. Some people have said he can play outside corner in this league. Some people think that's maybe where he should probably end up ultimately. So if it is the case that we're looking at like that, we need a rookie. We don't need a veteran. Give me Chris Johnson. Give me Brandon Cisse, and we're fine. Still not seeing anything new. I think we're chill. Half hour left before I end the stream. I don't think we'll miss anything because we actually did stuff today. I'm hoping we get Brian Robinson for like $3 million or less. That's what I would say about that. Yeah, that's kind of what that is one way to think about it, Chris. That is definitely one way to think about it. If you had given Jobe a little bit more and Shaheed a little bit less, it would
Love your
look a lot
coverage in
less
Trenton.
notable.
What do we do at RB?
Oh, to Dad, thank you for the $10.30. Oh, it's 14 Canadian. I think at running back, we're gonna get Brian Robinson, and then we're gonna draft somebody, and we're gonna hope that's good enough. What are the most overrated and underrated MCU movies in your opinion? Well, I do agree the most underrated is Iron Man 3. That is actually my most underrated. My most overrated is the first Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't understand that movie's popularity at all. I don't get the first Guardians. So that would be mine. Nwosu is still here for the moment. If we decide we don't need the money, we can just keep him. No, and I agree with that. Guardians 2 and Guardians 3 are both very, very good. 1, I don't get. I don't understand Guardians 1. 2 and 3 are very good, though. If Woolen is cheap, why not? I don't think he's a Mike McDonald kind of player. I think Mike looks at him and is just more frustrated than anything else. Who's your favorite MCU character? Probably still just Iron Man. I don't think they ever did better than when he was the focal point of the universe. My main thing with Guardians is I don't think James Gunn is funny. Like very rarely does James Gunn have humor that I think is actually funny. I think his humor sucks. That's my main thing. I like the way the Guardians movies look. I like the characters, but I do not think it's funny. Mm. Yeah, guys, we're definitely not trading up for love. I don't think we could even if we wanted to. Jets re-signed a fullback. Okay. Andrew Beck.
Thanks again for all the hard work.
Roy Froelich, thank you for the $20 Canadian. Appreciate it. Do you like Deadpool humor? Deadpool humor is pretty good. I think Deadpool humor is pretty good. I don't love everything, but it's pretty good. I think you can also consider the Black Panther movies to be a bit overrated. I thought the first one was good. I have not seen the second one. Why do you like Guardians 2 and 3 so much if you don't like Gunn's humor? Because those movies actually have a story. Those movies actually have a story. Guardians 1 doesn't have a story. It has a plot. And that gets on my nerves when a movie has no story and is just plot. Bills sign Kyle Allen. Which Deadpool movie is your favorite? Probably 2, because I think that Cable is a perfect foil for Deadpool. Like, I think he's a way better foil than even Wolverine, because the whole movie is just Cable having to stand there and watch Deadpool act like a complete idiot and just try to play it straight, and I think that he handled it brilliantly. Would you rather trade for Hall or Achan? Probably Achan, because he still has a contract. You'd have to immediately extend Hall. I think Deadpool and Wolverine's overrated. I thought it was good. But I think it's overrated. Like, there's way too much reliance on fan service. And the plot is really sloppy. But it does have a story. That is one thing I will say. As much as it is a frivolous film, Deadpool and Wolverine actually does have a pretty good story. It's not just plot, and I will give it some credit for that. I don't think we're trading Drew Lock. I think we like having him around. I don't think we're ready to trust Milrow. Yeah, first Doctor Strange is good. How do you feel about... I've never seen a Blade movie, actually. I've never seen any of the Blades. You know what? Actually, I'm going to take it back. The Suicide Squad was funny. The Suicide Squad had funny scenes. So I think James Gunn did pretty well there. Boy. Who's left for running backs? Not much. James Robinson, honestly. You know, I watched Loki. It was good, but I was disappointed. I thought Loki was going to be amazing, but I actually found it to be like a lot of plot. Like, to me, Loki was a lot of plot, man. I don't know. It's good. Brian Robinson and Rashad White. That's not bad. That wouldn't be a bad combo. I don't know if White fits what we're doing here. Yeah, that's one thing about Loki that bugs me that most people don't agree with. I think that... What's the name of the actor who played Kang? What's Jonathan Majors? I thought he did a terrible job. I thought his performance was awful in Loki. And then it was good in the Ant-Man movie that killed the franchise anyway. Christian Harris, linebacker to Falcons. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I don't think Jonathan Majors is a bad actor, but I thought his performance in Loki was awful. I haven't watched a movie in like a week. I need to do something about that. The last movie I watched was it's funny, I watched Good Time, and then I told my dad to watch it because I rented it, so I had it for another 48 hours and he hated it. But I actually really liked Good Time. Never played Marvel Rivals, no. Not really my thing. Yeah, I've definitely seen Godzilla -1. That's a masterpiece. That's one of the best movies ever.
And now back to stream tip. Go Hawks.
Discombobulated, thank you for the $2. Appreciate it. And we had technically already hit the top of the meter for Super Chats, but we are now there on screen. Top 5 movies. Oh, okay, top 5 movies. There Will Be Blood. End of Evangelion. The Godfather, Goodfellas, Fargo. Something like that. Maybe you could throw The Dark Knight or Interstellar in there, I guess. But something like that. Yeah, okay, Shawshank's good. Yeah, Shawshank could. I think Shawshank might be the best movie ever made. I don't know if I'd put it in my personal top 4 or 5 or whatever. Godfather 2 is fantastic. Godfather 3 is okay. Social Network's top 10. I don't think it's top 5. I don't think Social Network is top 5. Titanic sucks. Well, okay, no, it doesn't suck. It's just mediocre. Titanic isn't very good. I love Interstellar, but I don't think it's up there. I don't think it's that high. Spider-Man 2 is great, but it's not top whatever for me. I liked Fight Club, but I thought it got worse and worse as it went on.
The Seahawks are world champs.
Oh my goodness, we got ourselves another $60 dono, a tip, anonymous. Let's go Hawks. Shaheed. I like it. I play on PC and PS5. You like Arrival? Arrival was good. I only saw it once though. And I play on PC and PC and PS5. Other than End of Evangelion, my favorite movie is my favorite anime movie is actually Perfect Blue, I think. I think I like Perfect Blue more than any Ghibli movie I've seen actually. I saw Perfect Blue in a theater last year and I loved it. I was actually really surprised by what they did there. Predator Badlands was good, but it was too goofy. Mish Wishnowski to a 1-year deal. I like The Departed, but it's like Scorsese's 6th or 7th best film. Have you watched Your Name? No, I've heard about it. I have not seen it, no. I've seen Titan AE. I don't remember it super well, but I've seen it for sure. No Spirited Away. I like Spirited Away, but I wouldn't put it in the best. Spirited Away is definitely good. Don't get me wrong, but you know, and it's weird because I saw it when I was an adult, but I liked. I actually might have resonated more with Totoro than Spirited Away, which is weird. You like Tarantino movies? Yeah, yeah. I'm actually a huge fan of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, which most people don't. Most people I've talked to do not like that movie at all, but I think that movie's fantastic. That might be my favorite from him. That, Pulp Fiction, and probably Django. I think Inglourious Bastards is actually a little overrated. Wally's great. I love Wally. I've only seen it once, but I thought Wally was really good. My favorite Pixar is either Toy Story 3 or Inside Out. Yeah, Howl's Moving Castle was good. Howl's Moving Castle was good. It's kind of a girl's movie, but it's good. Saving Private Ryan's good. I haven't seen it in a while. You know, it's funny. I saw the movie Maze Runner a few months ago for the first time. It was average. It was fine. It was a little dry, but it was fine. Darth Evan, thank you for the Elite channel membership. Welcome aboard. I loved Inside Out. So creative and such a good emotional hammer. I'm not a big Austin Powers guy. The first Austin Powers movie, or Mike Myers guy, the first Austin Powers is pretty fun. That's about it. I don't like Shrek. I think Shrek is... Yeah, I like Star Wars. I don't feel uber passionate about it.
Fist of the North Star, Vampire Hunter D. Yeah, I'm aging myself.
Thank you for the $40 tip, Anonymous. Fist of the North Star Vampire. Yeah. I've heard, of course, of Fist of the North Star, but I'm not familiar with it. Yeah, Inside Out 2 was fantastic as well. I loved Inside Out 2. Yeah, Watchmen. Watchmen's a classic. I like that movie way more than most people. To me, Shrek is just random pop culture humor that isn't particularly well crafted. Like, to me, I feel like it must be the easiest thing in the world to write a Shrek movie. Gamer? You mean that movie with Gerard Butler where he pees into the gas tank and it get after drinking alcohol and it fuels the car? Is that the movie you're talking about? I liked Blade Runner. It didn't fully resonate with me. It was one of those movies that I think didn't hit me the way it hit a lot of people. Kind of like Good Will Hunting. Like, it's good, but I feel like I missed something. I think we all have those movies for each person where it's like, I don't really know what I'm supposed to be getting out of this. Which is actually, that's kind of the experience I had with the rebuilds of Evangelion. I mean, the first two are fine, but 3 and 4 I thought were... I don't understand what those are. I don't understand what those are for. Ready Player One was terrible. I hated that movie a lot. I saw that in theaters too. No, I never did Walking Dead. By the time I could have thought about getting into it, everyone was saying that it sucked. So I was like, well, so much for that. Yeah, Ford versus Ferrari's a good movie. I saw that back when it came out. I liked it. It's like the perfect dad movie. Yeah, First Alien's good. Edge of Tomorrow's really, really good. Yeah, I like it. What about Drive? Have you guys ever seen that one? That's an interesting one. Memories? No. No, I have not. Do we still try to get a DB in the draft after re-signing Jobe? Yes, I would. Top 5 movies of each decade? '70s is definitely The Godfather, Apocalypse Now, Godfather Part 2. Yeah, Marty Supreme was great. I really liked Marty Supreme. Hold on. Let's see what else here. Alien, maybe. I could maybe go for that. And what else came out in the 70s? First Star Wars came out in the 80s. That could be it. Tora came out in the 70s. I forgot about that one, but that one's underrated. The Sting. I love The Sting. Ooh, that's a good one. The Sting. Okay. I did not like Marty Supreme. It was so messy. That's what makes it so good. What makes the Safdie brothers so good. Everything they make feels, it's pure chaos. Like, that's what Good Time is. That's what Uncut Gems is, and Marty Supreme is the same thing. I love the chaos. I've never seen Alita Battle Angel. Best movies of the 80s. Let me take a look here. Empire's probably on the list. Original Die Hard was in the 80s. The first Back to the Future. Back to the Future 1 probably has the best screenplay of any movie ever. First Predator. The Shining. The Shining, that's a good one. I think that has to be there. And the best movies of the 90s. Let me take a look at a list here. Goodfellas, Fargo. Now We're Talking. Schindler's List is amazing. End of Evangelion. And what else is up here? I love Casino. I don't know if it's top 5 though. Pulp Fiction, maybe. Yeah, the 90s are fire, man. You got Heat, Princess Mononoke, Saving Private Ryan. The 90s are really strong. Jurassic Park, yeah. Okay, it doesn't look like anything's happening
Watch
right
Alita
now.
Battle Angel now.
Thank you for the $30, Anonymous. Watch Alita Battle Angel now. I don't know where is it? Like, that's the thing. I have all these streaming services, but sometimes you actually can't find what you want to watch, which should never happen. Yeah, I love Nolan movies. But, like, recently I've been wanting to rewatch Looper, which is, like, one of Rian Johnson's early movies. And it's not on any streaming service. It's unreal. Yeah, No Country for Old Men's really good, but it's not in my top 3 or 5 or whatever. But yeah, I like Nolan. Nolan's good. He just doesn't have any style. That's the issue. Why does he choke her at the end of EOE? You mean the very end? I mean, I have a theory about that. I don't know for sure, but I have a theory about that. Unforgiven is really good. I actually watched that right after oh no, it was actually a couple days before Gene Hackman died, so it was kind of spooky. Favorite Villeneuve film? Um I'd go with Dune 2, I think, but I only saw Dune 2 once. I need to see it again. But anyway, my theory for the end of Evangelion is at the after Shinji is told by his mother that anybody who has the will to come back to life can come back, based on context clues of that scene, I think he had been waiting on that beach for weeks and no one had come back. So therefore, he's kind of despondent because he's taken that to mean that everyone wanted to die and that his initial belief that the world should end was correct. And then Asuka shows up, but he's been waiting there for weeks, so he doesn't believe it's her. So he starts strangling her because he's trying to kind of confirm in his mind, is this the real Asuka or not? Is this real? And she manages to kind of get through to him by showing him understanding, which she has never shown him before. To understand that he did something very bad, but she's going to work with him to try to make this right. But she's still disgusted by him. So I think that he strangles her because he's kind of gone insane because he's been waiting for people to come back from the dead or from instrumentality for weeks. And no one's come back. Yeah, I have a letterbox. It's in the I think it's in the description. I think a link to my letterbox is in the description. I do watch a lot of slop, though. I should say that because a lot of the movies I watch in the background when I'm editing videos for Bleacher. So sometimes I just throw slop on in the background because it's like I don't have to pay that close attention to it. Like I was watching there are these two movies on Netflix called The Old Guard with Charlize Theron. I was watching those. I don't understand what the hell those movies are, but they're good to put on in the background when you're just not paying attention. Okay, let me see here. Yeah, nothing's going on. I think we are chill, guys. Yeah, if you ever see that scene again, Hip Hopopotamus, look at the scene where it shows Masato's pendant on the cross. It looks like there's rust. And the only way the rust would be there is if time had passed. So I think that was shown to say Shinji's been waiting a long time and no one has shown up. So he thinks that he was right the first time. I like Superbad, but I haven't seen it since it came out. All right, so we are now a little past 5 o'clock, so it's time to start winding down. I think things are chill now anyway. I don't think we're going to get much more in the way of moves, but I did watch one battle after another. I liked it. I think it's over. I couldn't get really strongly into it. I thought it was good, but really not feeling the hype. It was well put together on a functional level, but I don't think my issue with one battle after another is that the main character has nothing to do with the film. He has nothing to do with the resolution of the film, and sometimes that's okay if it's a comedy, like The Big Lebowski, but I don't think it works very well, or Seinfeld. Seinfeld, the whole joke is that there's no point. But One Battle After Another is a more serious film. And I don't like it when you're having this mostly serious film, and the joke is that the main character doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, I want to get the movie and series on Blu-ray, but I don't know what to get, right? Like, obviously, you can't get the old dub, but I have a level of affection for the old dub. The new dub is on Netflix, so you don't have to get that. So I guess you just get the raw sub, but that's on Netflix too, really, when you think about it. Did you watch the movie Lurker? I thought it was great. I did not see Lurker, no. I've not seen A Silent Voice, no. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and record my farewell video for the end of day one coverage, and I'm going to go and get out of here. So everyone behave for a few minutes. Oh, and real quick, let me just say thank you to everyone who watched, liked, donated, whatever it is you did in here. Thank you to the new subs we got. We actually picked up like 20. Most of them didn't show up on the tracker. I don't know how the tracker works exactly, but we did pick up a bunch of new subs. All right, 1 second. All right, day one coverage has come to a close here. We're a little past 5 o'clock. So what a day it was, guys. What a day one of free agency it was. Unlike most years, I think this year was a little bit different. The team actually did some stuff. The team actually made moves and also had a couple of moves happen to them, in fairness. I want to be clear here, but they actually did a few things, and it seems like they fared fairly well. So let's talk about this day one just kind of in a general sense real quick before I get out of here. But I think that today was successful. It's obviously not over yet. I know that it was a little bit frustrating for people to watch some of the things that happened happen while the Seahawks didn't do as much as other teams, but I think it's important to know that there is a real possibility that the teams that made a lot of the deals that went down today end up regretting them because it's the first day of free agency and that's when you pay your premiums. So I'm looking at a lot of the things that teams did today, and I'm like, yeah, I guess. I don't know. Tyler Linderbaum for 27 million a year. I struggle with that. He's a center. I don't know if any center is worth that money. I look at the kind of money that Jalen Naylor got, 10.5 million a year or something like that. And I think to myself, I don't see that. I look at the linebackers that the Raiders signed, and they're good players. I don't think they're worth 8 figures a year. And most of the deals you look at today, Jalen Phillips going to the Panthers, that struck me as ridiculous. I just don't see a lot of things that I wish the Seahawks did. Maybe a couple of moves that I wish the team had done instead of the team that did them. But overall, I look at these deals and I find myself thinking, even with inflation, This does not make sense to me. I don't see how Zion Johnson gets $50 million. I don't see how Boye Mafe got what he got. I don't see how Odafe Owe, and I like Odafe Owe maybe a little bit more than the average person. I don't see how he's worth 50, what did he get? $100 million. So there were a couple others that didn't make a lot of sense to me, and I just find myself asking, and this goes for Seahawks fans, but pretty much anybody out there, which of these deals did you wish the Seahawks had done instead? Or whatever your team is. I don't think there are that many that you're really envious of. So I'm chilling. I'm cool here. Basically, 5 of our 6 major free agents had their situations resolved today. We re-signed Shaheed. We re-signed Jobe, and I'm for that. Those are 2 guys that I preferred to bring back. And honestly, on the issue of Shaheed, I thought it was over. So to me, getting Shaheed back for a not crippling cost is like finding a $20 bill in my pocket that I didn't know was there. So to me, getting Shaheed, and look, $17 million a year, it's a little bit uncomfortable, but I don't think it's that uncomfortable. So, excuse me, been talking all day today. It's a little bit tough right now, but I really like that, and I love the Jobe signing. I think the Jobe signing is fantastic. $8 million a year, 3 years. That's a good player right there. That completely relaxes our need to go after another corner in free agency, somebody like a Marlon Humphrey, where we're crossing our fingers that he can bounce back after a really bad 2025. We got Jobe, who is young, who has proven himself across the last really 2 seasons of being an effective player. Yes, he's not as good as the best corners in the league, but he's good enough to do what we need him to do. And now you're freed up. You can take a corner in the draft if you want to. You don't have to now. You don't have to do that. So Boye Mafe's gone. Not going to miss him at that price. Coby Bryant's gone for a reasonable cost, but not one where I'm like, oh man, we really should have done that. I just struggle to find Coby Bryant to be that level of player. And of course, the Ken Walker thing, which I'm not I don't love the fact that he's gone. I like Ken Walker. I think he's a good player, but I struggle to put him at that price.
Well said, boss.
Oh, thank you, Discombobulated, for the $2 super chat. And look, going into day 2 now, because today was day 1, we took care of wide receiver, we took care of cornerback. The problems now are basically running back, edge rusher, safety depth. Those are really the problems that you're trying to address so you're not destitute. And we're kind of destitute at running back, I will grant you. But I think running back, more than most other positions, we have learned over the years, you can lose a big name, get a guy that people perceive to be much worse, and not lose as much as people think. So I'm okay with them risking it at running back. That's a position where it makes sense to risk downgrading and roll the dice a little bit. That's a position where there's some wisdom in going, hey, let's just find a guy and let's lean on the offensive line and the scheme to carry the day. That's what Shanahan does, and it worked well for a long time. I know eventually he gave in and got Christian McCaffrey, but for a long time he would take random dudes and get great production out of them, and that's it. So I will admit that it's uncomfortable at that position right now, but that is a position where you can piece it together with spare parts easier than almost any other position. And edge rusher, to me, okay, there's a lot of guys left. They're not the best guys, they're not the top guys, but there are good edge rushers left. A lot of them are going to be older guys. A lot of them you're going to be crossing your fingers on a little bit, but you can replicate the DeMarcus Lawrence signing from last year a little bit here. You can go get guys that are old, that maybe want a ring, that still have something left, that would benefit from playing in a tight rotation. There are a lot of guys like that left. So to me, that is doable as well. And the way that we're not really spending a ridiculous amount of money so far, we may not even need to release Uchenna Nwosu. So maybe we're getting to the point where he's just going to come back, which I'm not going to say I love, but I still think he can play football at a competent level. That helps. I don't think he's some net negative or a nothing player. So I'm having a hard time being stressed out by this. I think that we did a good job today. I think that we have the opportunity to do a good job tomorrow and the next day. And we may not be adding the firepower of these other teams. Like, I understand the Rams are killing it right now in a way that we're not. They trade for McDuffie. They signed Jalen Watson. They completely updated their biggest weakness from last year. That's tough. That is tough. I admit that. I got no problem with that. But at the end of the day, we have our core. We have our core, and we want to keep that core together. And that core is either already together or in the process of being put together. And I understand that they feel like they need to win with that core that they have. They can't add more to the core. They need to find rotational pieces around the core. And sometimes that means losing good players, trying to find cheaper ones, and hoping it works out. So I don't know if it's going to work or not. I'm hoping that we come in here with something a little bit more juicy tomorrow, of course. I'd like to sign a bigger name, but at the same time, I look at a lot of the big names that are getting signed,
If
and
C
I'm like,
can't
I don't
trade
get
down
it.
at 32, do you think they take Cease?
Discombobulated, I'll address that in a moment. Thank you for the donation, but yeah, basically what I'm just trying to say is the Seahawks, I think, had a good first day. Yes, some of these guys are going to be missed. I will miss Ken Walker. On some level, I'll miss Coby Bryant. I wish we signed this guy or that guy or the other guy, but at the same time, sometimes you got to let the other teams just outbid you and walk away when the time is to walk away. Okay, so see you guys later. Go Hawks. Just wanted to go ahead and wrap that up. Good day. Let's see what we do tomorrow, and go Hawks. Okay. Do you think they will take Cisse at 32? I think that's one of the more likely outcomes, yes. And I like Cisse. Why isn't Rico on already? I don't know. Nobody wants him yet. Dante Fowler is interesting. I'd hope he'd be cheap. I would hope that he could be cheap. I don't know how much gas is left in that tank. Okay, guys, I'm going to go and get on out of here. Thanks for hanging out. We'll do this again tomorrow. And remember, tomorrow, joint stream with the Hawks Nest. Me and him are going live together. Me and him are going to go live together at 9 a.m. And then we're just going to stream for however long we can. The issue with Jonah Coleman is that he never produced that much in college. That's my beef with Jonah Coleman. He never had that big year in college for one reason or another, and it wasn't all his fault. And he doesn't really run with power, even though he's a bigger guy. And I don't know. He'd be all right. You could do worse. Okay. See you guys later, man. Hope everyone has a good rest of your night.